Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Growing up in a military family meant constant change, but Utah's mountains provided stability in my ever-shifting childhood. My father served as a technical sergeant at Hill Air Force Base, which stationed us in northern Utah throughout most of my formative years. The rugged terrain surrounding our temporary home became our weekend sanctuary, particularly Farmington Canyon, with its dramatic elevation changes and dense forests. The landscape transformed with the seasons. Summer brought verdant hillsides dotted with wildflowers. Autumn painted the mountainsides with brilliant crimson and amber hues. Winter draped everything in pristine snowfall, and spring introduced tender green shoots pushing through melting frost. But autumn held a special magic for our family outings. The canyon's transformation each September into October created a natural cathedral of color that drew us back repeatedly. My father, James, despite his military precision in most matters, harbored a profound appreciation for wilderness that seemed at odds with his structured professional life. My mother, Catherine, supported these excursions with methodical planning and preparation, packing provisions with the same careful attention she gave to maintaining our household during my father's occasional deployments. My older brother Patrick and younger sister Joanna completed our family unit, along with our two loyal dogs, Rusty, a chocolate Labrador with graying muzzle, and Scout, a younger border collie mix with boundless energy. The canyon road itself demanded respect. A narrow dirt path carved into the mountainside, it twisted upward with hairpin turns that left passengers clutching door handles with whitened knuckles. On one side, the road hugged sheer rock faces that occasionally shed small stones onto the path. On the other, a precipitous drop offered unobstructed views of the valley below, breathtaking but terrifying when considered from the perspective of vehicle safety. During busier seasons, passing another vehicle required careful negotiation and sometimes necessitated one driver backing up to a wider section. I recall pressing myself against the car door during these maneuvers, peering down at the miniature trees hundreds of feet below, my stomach tightening as vertigo threatened to overwhelm me. Despite the treacherous approach, or perhaps partly because of it, Farmington Canyon represented adventure and escape in my young mind. The journey transformed us, changing my father from a stern military man to an enthusiastic guide, my mother from a worried homemaker to a confident outdoorswoman, and us children from bickering siblings to united explorers. In retrospect, I recognize how these early experiences shaped my relationship with nature, teaching me both deep appreciation and healthy caution. The mountains never promised safety, only authenticity. They stood indifferent to human presence, neither welcoming nor rejecting us. We were merely temporary visitors in an ancient landscape that would remain long after our departure. This understanding hadn't fully formed in my 11-year-old mind during that autumn of 1994, but I already sensed the dual nature of wilderness, its beauty and its danger inextricably linked. If I had truly comprehended what awaited us on that particular October weekend, perhaps I would have fabricated an illness or school obligation to avoid the trip altogether. Instead, I bounded into the garage that Friday afternoon, eager to help load camping gear into our aging station wagon, blissfully unaware that the mountains held terrors beyond my imagination. The camping trip began like most others, with organized chaos. My father had secured a rare 3-day weekend, unusual for his maintenance supervision role at the base. My mother viewed the opportunity as providential, noting how perfectly it aligned with peak foliage season. School had released us for a teacher workday that Friday, providing the perfect opportunity for an extended wilderness excursion. What made this trip different was the sleeping arrangement. Typically, Dad's chronic back pain, the result of years working on aircraft in awkward positions, dictated our accommodation choices. We either completed day hikes concluding with the comfort of our own beds or secured basic cabin rentals for overnight stays. But this autumn marked a departure from tradition. 2 weeks prior, my father had spotted a vintage canvas tent at a neighborhood garage sale, an olive-drab relic from the 1970s that smelled faintly of basement storage but remained structurally sound. "It's military grade," he'd proudly announced upon bringing it home, despite my mother's skeptical expression. Proper ventilation, waterproof floor, and enough room for all of us. His enthusiasm proved infectious, particularly for me. The prospect of sleeping under canvas with nothing but nylon and aluminum separating us from the wilderness ignited my imagination. True camping, like the adventurers in my dog-eared nature magazines experienced. Friday morning arrived with perfect autumn weather, crisp air that hinted at the coming winter, but remained comfortable enough for outdoor exploration. We packed methodically, following my father's military-influenced system. Sleeping bags were rolled tightly and secured with nylon straps. Food supplies were organized in plastic containers, separated by meal. Clothing was packed in individual duffels, one per family member, with Joanna's significantly larger, despite her smaller size. Got the first aid kit? Dad asked Mom, checking items against his handwritten list. Right here, she responded, patting a red canvas bag. Added extra bandages and the new antibiotic ointment. Excellent. He nodded approvingly. Patrick, check the flashlights. Make sure batteries are fresh. This methodical preparation continued until mid-afternoon, when we finally piled into the station wagon. The dogs sensed our excitement, circling the vehicle and whining until permitted to jump into the cargo area, where they promptly created nests among the sleeping bags. The drive to Farmington Canyon took approximately an hour from our Layton suburb. Initial highways gave way to increasingly narrow roads, eventually transitioning to the infamous dirt track that ascended the canyon. As always, this portion of the journey demanded complete concentration from my father and produced tense silence from the rest of us. Keep your eyes on the road, Dad, Patrick murmured unnecessarily as we navigated a particularly tight curve with an exposed edge. Always do, son, came the measured response, though I noticed his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. By late afternoon, we reached our destination, a small clearing near Farmington Creek, where the gurgling water provided constant ambient sound. The site offered privacy, located away from the more popular camping areas closer to the canyon entrance. My father had discovered this spot years earlier during a solo hike and returned to it whenever possible, considering it our unofficial family territory. The clearing provided just enough level ground for our tent, with space remaining for a small fire pit ringed by rocks. Tall pines surrounded us on three sides, their branches creating a partial canopy that filtered the diminishing sunlight into dappled patterns. The creek formed the fourth boundary, its clear mountain water flowing over smooth rocks with hypnotic consistency. We unloaded efficiently, establishing camp before darkness descended. The tent proved more challenging than anticipated, its vintage design lacking the color-coded simplicity of modern camping equipment. Nevertheless, my father's determination eventually yielded a structurally sound shelter, if somewhat lopsided in appearance. Home sweet home, he declared, stepping back to admire his handiwork. Scout and Rusty explored the perimeter, occasionally disappearing into the underbrush only to return minutes later, tongues lolling with excitement. Their obvious joy amplified our own, creating a festive atmosphere as we completed our settlement. As we organized sleeping arrangements inside the tent, I claimed a corner position, placing my sleeping bag where the canvas wall met the ground. This location offered a small triangular pocket perfect for stashing my flashlight and pocket knife, a recent birthday gift from my grandfather that my mother permitted me to carry only on camping trips. The fading daylight urged us to complete our preparations. My father gathered wood for the fire while my mother unpacked dinner supplies. Patrick and Joanna filled water containers at the creek, and I arranged stones for our fire pit, carefully creating a circular barrier as I'd been taught in Boy Scouts. None of us suspected that this ordinary beginning would evolve into something so drastically different from our previous expeditions. The mountains revealed nothing of their intentions as we settled into our temporary wilderness home, laughing and planning the weekend's activities with innocent enthusiasm. Dinner that evening consisted of hot dogs roasted over open flames, baked beans heated in their can, nestled among the coals, and potato chips. A traditional first-night camping meal that represented luxury to our young palates. The simplicity of food cooked outdoors somehow transformed ordinary ingredients into extraordinary cuisine. We sat on fallen logs positioned around the fire pit, passing condiments and sharing observations about the day. "Did you notice the eagle soaring above us during setup?" my father asked, gesturing toward the ridgeline to our east. "Golden eagle," Patrick corrected with teenager certainty. "You can tell by the wingspan and coloration." "Whatever it was beautiful," my mother contributed, her expression softening in the firelight. Conversation flowed easily, punctuated by the snap of burning wood and occasional barks from the dogs pursuing scents at the clearing's edge. As the sky darkened to indigo, then black, stars emerged with surprising brightness. Away from city lights, the heavens revealed themselves in spectacular detail, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like spilled sugar. "Can I tell the story about the lost miners?" Patrick asked, his voice dropping dramatically as he glanced toward me and Joanna. "Not too scary," Mom cautioned, giving him a meaningful look. "It's history, not horror," he protested, though his mischievous smile suggested otherwise. Patrick proceeded to recount a supposedly true tale about 19th century prospectors who vanished in these mountains during an early snowstorm. According to local legend, their ghosts still searched for shelter on particularly cold nights. While I recognized his storytelling techniques, the lowered voice, strategic pauses, and widened eyes, his narrative still produced the desired effect. A shiver traversed my body despite the fire's warmth. "They say you can hear their pickaxes hitting rock deep in the mountain," he concluded ominously. "Tap, tap, tap, getting closer when you least expect it." "That's enough, Patrick," my father interrupted, noting Joanna's wide eyes. "Remember, we're sleeping outdoors tonight." The conversation shifted to less frightening topics: school projects, Dad's work challenges, and plans for exploring the surrounding area tomorrow. Yet Patrick's story lingered in my consciousness, coloring my perception of the darkened forest beyond our fire's illumination. Shadows seemed to move among the trees, though rationally I understood this as merely flames casting flickering light against trunks and branches. After dinner, we cleaned up according to my father's strict outdoor ethics. All trash collected, food remnants buried away from camp, cooking implements washed in the creek and dried. "Leave no trace," he often reminded us. "The wilderness isn't our garbage can." The evening concluded with marshmallows roasted over glowing embers. My father demonstrated proper technique, patience and slow rotation rather than plunging the marshmallow directly into flames. Despite his instruction, Joanna's marshmallow inevitably caught fire, requiring quick intervention to prevent complete incineration. "You've got to pay attention," I advised her with assumed expertise, despite having burned numerous marshmallows myself over the years. As the fire diminished to glowing coals, my father checked his watch and announced bedtime. "Early start tomorrow if we want to hike to the upper falls." We doused the fire thoroughly, my father pouring water from our canteen while Patrick and I stirred the embers with sticks, ensuring complete extinguishment. Steam rose with a satisfying hiss, carrying the scent of wet ash. Safety procedures completed, we retreated to the tent, brushing teeth using water bottles and spitting into the surrounding vegetation. Inside our canvas shelter, sleeping bags were arranged in neat rows, parents on the outer edges, children between them. The dogs settled at the foot of our makeshift beds, Rusty's experienced calm contrasting with Scout's restless circling before finally settling. My father switched off the lantern, plunging us into darkness relieved only by moonlight filtering through the canvas. The material transformed into a pale screen displaying shadow puppetry as branches moved in the gentle night breeze. Ambient sounds intensified in the darkness. The perpetual gurgle of the creek, rustling leaves, and occasional unidentifiable woodland noises. "Good night, everyone." My mother's voice came softly from the darkness. "Sleep well." A chorus of responses followed, mine among them, though my mind remained active, processing the day's experiences and anticipating tomorrow's adventures. Eventually, the rhythmic sounds of nature combined with physical fatigue from the day's activities lulled me toward unconsciousness. My last conscious thought before drifting off centered on gratitude for this rare tent camping experience and the perfect autumn weather that made it possible. Sleep claimed me gradually, peaceful and deep, a stark contrast to the awakening that awaited me later that night. I cannot precisely identify what initially disturbed my slumber. Perhaps it was a subtle change in temperature as the night deepened, or an unusual gap in the ambient sounds that had accompanied my descent into sleep. Whatever the trigger, consciousness returned abruptly, my eyes opening to unfamiliar darkness. Momentary disorientation gripped me. The softness beneath me wasn't my mattress. The ceiling above wasn't adorned with glow-in-the-dark stars. Then reality reasserted itself. The camping trip, Farmington Canyon, our vintage tent. I blinked, allowing my vision to adjust to the minimal light filtering through the canvas. The first aberration I noticed was Rusty's posture. The normally relaxed Labrador sat rigidly alert at the tent's entrance, his attention focused outside. A continuous, low-frequency growl emanated from his throat, not the playful warning he offered squirrels or rabbits, but something deeper, more primal. His silhouette showed raised hackles along his spine, transforming his familiar outline into something almost prehistoric. Beside him, Scout mirrored this vigilance, though the younger dog's anxiety manifested as trembling rather than vocalization. Both animals stared fixedly at the tent flap, as though tracking movement beyond our shelter. My initial assumption aligned with Patrick's earlier hypothesis: nocturnal wildlife investigating our campsite. The mountains housed various creatures that might find our food remnants enticing despite our careful cleanup: raccoons, foxes, perhaps even a black bear. While concerning, such visitors represented a natural component of wilderness camping. This rationalization collapsed when I discerned the distinctive sound piercing the night's background noise. Footsteps. Human footsteps. The unmistakable crunch of boots on forest detritus. Deliberate, measured, and unquestionably bipedal. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. Someone circled our campsite. The realization paralyzed me. My muscles contracted involuntarily, rendering me immobile in my sleeping bag. Even breathing seemed dangerous, as though the slight movement might attract unwanted attention from whatever prowled outside. The footsteps continued their perimeter patrol, approaching the creek side before retreating toward the denser forest. Occasionally they stopped entirely, creating moments of excruciating silence during which my imagination supplied horrifying possibilities. Why would someone circle our tent in the middle of the night? What did they want? The questions generated terrifying scenarios in my young mind. I strained to discern any additional information, voices, mechanical sounds, anything that might contextualize this nocturnal visitor. Nothing supplemented the footsteps except the continuing canine warning system. Rusty's growl deepened as the steps approached our tent's entrance, the sound emanating from deep in his chest. The unknown visitor paused directly outside our shelter. Even through canvas, I sensed a presence, someone standing motionless, perhaps evaluating our vulnerability. The dog's reactions intensified proportionally, Scout joining Rusty's vocal alarm with a higher-pitched contribution. I desperately wanted to wake my parents but feared attracting attention. Instead, I remained paralyzed, listening as metal clinked against metal. Perhaps our cooking equipment being examined, or worse, the car being tested for entry. My mind flashed to valuables left in the vehicle. My mother's purse containing identification and credit cards, my father's wallet in the glove compartment, Patrick's portable CD player. The footsteps resumed, now accompanied by additional sounds, rustling through our supplies, the zip of a backpack being opened, plastic containers shifting against each other. Our visitor rifled through our campsite with disturbing confidence. An unexpected sound finally broke my terrified inertia, a gentle pressure on my shoulder. I nearly gasped aloud before recognizing my father's hand. His face materialized beside mine, finger pressed to lips signaling silence. His eyes communicated what words couldn't. He too was awake, aware, and formulating a response. A subtle shift in tension throughout the tent suggested everyone had awakened. My mother's controlled breathing sounded from across the tent. while Patrick's sleeping bag rustled as he undoubtedly reached for the pocket knife he insisted on keeping nearby. Outside, the intruder continued investigating our belongings with methodical thoroughness. Each sound painted partial images in my mind. Our cooler being opened, camp chairs being shifted, something metal tapping against stone. The casual entitlement in these actions somehow magnified their menace. This wasn't a panicked thief grabbing accessible items, but someone comfortable taking their time in violating our temporary home. Without warning, Scout's growl transformed into a sharp, authoritative bark, the sound he produced when genuinely threatened rather than merely alert. The sudden noise shattered the night's uneasy equilibrium. The footsteps instantly changed character, no longer measured but rapid and urgent. They retreated from our immediate vicinity, crashing through underbrush with newfound haste. The dogs lunged against the tent flap, responding to the movement with increased aggression, their bodies pressing against the canvas in attempted pursuit. "Stay," my father commanded in a harsh whisper, restraining Rusty by the collar while my mother secured Scout. We remained frozen, straining to track the retreating footsteps as they diminished into the surrounding forest. Even after they faded beyond audibility, we maintained our vigilant silence, listening for any indication of return. Minutes passed with excruciating slowness. Eventually, my father activated his flashlight, illuminating our tense faces within the confined space. His expression revealed calculation rather than panic, the strategic assessment of a military man evaluating tactical options. "Everyone okay?" he whispered, receiving nervous nods in response. "What was that?" Joanna's voice trembled, barely audible. "Someone checking out our camp," my father responded, his deliberate calmness clearly intended to minimize our fear. "But they're gone now." "For how long?" Patrick challenged, voicing the question dominating my thoughts. My father's hesitation provided the answer his words wouldn't. "We're not waiting to find out. Pack up. Quickly and quietly." My father's instructions emerged as calm directives despite the circumstances. He functioned with military efficiency, assigning tasks while simultaneously retrieving his own belongings. "Patrick, help your brother. Catherine, get Joanna's things together. I'll check outside first." This last statement produced immediate protest from my mother. "James, you can't go out there," she hissed, grabbing his arm. "Just to the immediate area," he clarified. "I need to make sure they've truly gone before we start loading the car." The logic proved irrefutable, though it did nothing to diminish our collective anxiety. My father unzipped the tent flap with agonizing slowness to minimize noise. The dogs immediately attempted to exit, requiring Patrick's intervention to restrain them. My father disappeared into the darkness with only his flashlight, the beam sweeping methodically across our campsite. Those moments of separation stretched interminably. I pressed against my mother, drawing comfort from her proximity while imagining horrific scenarios unfolding beyond our canvas walls. When my father's face reappeared at the entrance, collective relief permeated the tent. "Perimeter's clear," he reported. "But they've been through our supplies. Cooler's open, some food's missing. They tried the car but couldn't get in." This confirmation of tampering escalated our urgency. We emerged from the tent in careful sequence, each carrying personal belongings. The night air felt unnaturally cold against my skin, or perhaps adrenaline amplified my sensitivity. Moonlight illuminated the clearing with ghostly blue-white light, transforming familiar objects into unfamiliar silhouettes. "Keep close," my father instructed. "No one wanders off." We worked with unprecedented efficiency, dismantling our temporary home through choreographed cooperation. My mother supervised Patrick and me as we collapsed the tent, struggling with unfamiliar mechanisms, while my father secured our scattered supplies. Joanna maintained a death grip on both dogs' leashes, positioned at the center of our activity where everyone could monitor her safety. The disassembly lacked our usual methodical organization. Sleeping bags were stuffed rather than rolled, tent poles haphazardly collected, cooking equipment jumbled together without cleaning. My father's wilderness ethics temporarily suspended in favor of expedient departure. Throughout this process, we maintained hypervigilance, each unexpected forest sound triggering momentary paralysis. The crack of a distant branch breaking produced synchronized head turns and held breath. Even the creek's constant burble occasionally sounded threatening, its natural rhythm suddenly seeming to contain footsteps or voices. Our visitor's identity remained unknown, though theories formed in my young mind. Perhaps a desperate hiker seeking supplies, or teenagers from nearby communities looking for easy theft targets. More disturbing possibilities lingered at the edges of my thoughts. Individuals with predatory intent beyond mere property crime. Loading the station wagon presented unique challenges. Our original careful packing had maximized available space, a configuration impossible to replicate in hasty retreat. Items were wedged wherever they fit, creating precarious arrangements that would undoubtedly shift during our canyon descent. "We're leaving some things behind," my father announced after surveying our remaining equipment and the vehicle's capacity. "Non-essentials only." This practical decision still felt like defeat. Abandoned items included our campfire grill, several folding chairs, and miscellaneous cooking utensils. Each represented financial investment and future inconvenience, but no object warranted extended exposure to potential danger. The car's interior quickly transformed into cramped quarters. Joanna sat on my mother's lap in the front passenger seat despite seatbelt regulations, while Patrick and I compressed ourselves among duffel bags and sleeping bags in the back. The dogs occupied the rear cargo area, still alert and occasionally growling toward the darkened forest. My father performed a final sweep of the campsite, flashlight illuminating our hasty departure's evidence. He returned to the vehicle, expression grim. "We're missing more than I initially thought," he reported, starting the engine. "Flashlights, some food, Patrick's backpack." "My knife collection was in there," Patrick lamented, his typical teenage bravado temporarily suspended by genuine distress. The station wagon's headlights carved twin tunnels through absolute darkness as we oriented toward the access road. Our usual departure procedure included multiple equipment checks and careful route planning. This exit featured none of these precautions, simply immediate, necessary flight. The dashboard clock displayed 1:17 a.m. as we began our descent. Under normal circumstances, navigating Farmington Canyon's treacherous road during daylight hours demanded complete concentration. Attempting the same journey in darkness multiplied the challenge exponentially. My father drove with uncharacteristic intensity, hands gripping the steering wheel at precise positions. His focus remained entirely on the narrow dirt track illuminated by our headlights, the drop-off beside us occasionally visible as a void of absolute blackness. "Everyone keep your eyes open," he instructed. "Watch for movement in the trees." This request seemed unnecessary. None of us could have closed our eyes had we wanted to. Every sense remained heightened to uncomfortable awareness, my vision straining to penetrate darkness beyond our headlights' reach. The forest pressed close against the roadway, branches occasionally scraping against the vehicle's sides like skeletal fingers testing our defenses. Approximately 10 minutes into our descent, headlights appeared behind us, distant at first but steadily gaining ground. The unexpected presence of another vehicle at this hour immediately raised alarm throughout our car. "Is that them?" my mother asked, voice tight with renewed fear. "Could be campers from another site," my father responded, though his skepticism suggested otherwise. "Maybe college students heading back early." The approaching vehicle maintained consistent distance, neither overtaking nor falling behind. Its presence created a new focus for our collective anxiety, the possibility that our campsite visitor had vehicular transportation and potentially malicious intent beyond opportunistic theft. When the road widened slightly at a switchback, my father pulled partially aside, allowing the following vehicle opportunity to pass if desired. It slowed but maintained position behind us, headlights illuminating our car's interior through the rear window. The dogs responded with renewed barking, sensing our unease. "I can't see who's driving," Patrick reported, twisting in his seat for better visibility. Too much glare from their lights. After an excruciating moment, the vehicle accelerated, pulling alongside rather than behind us. The narrow road barely accommodated 2 vehicles abreast, our passenger side wheels uncomfortably close to the precipitous edge. Through tinted windows, I glimpsed multiple occupants, at least 3 figures visible as silhouettes against their dashboard lights. For one terrible moment, I imagined forced confrontation. Our family stranded if they blocked the road ahead. Instead, the vehicle accelerated past us, continuing downward at unsafe speed, dust billowing in their wake. "College kids," my father pronounced with obvious relief, though tension remained in his posture. Probably up drinking and decided to head back. Whether this assessment was accurate or intended to reassure us remained unclear. Regardless, the encounter added another layer to our already traumatic night. The reminder that unknown others shared these mountains with unpredictable intentions. Our descent continued with excruciating slowness. Each bend required careful navigation, the headlights revealing limited sections of road ahead. Occasionally, wildlife appeared at the periphery, deer eyes reflecting light before disappearing into undergrowth. A fox crossing hurriedly before our approach. By 2:30 a.m., we reached the canyon base, transitioning from dirt track to paved road with palpable relief. The increased traction and reduced danger from falling rocks produced noticeable relaxation throughout the vehicle. Civilization's proximity, evidenced by occasional roadside homes and eventual streetlights, further diminished our immediate fear. "We made it," my mother stated unnecessarily, reaching back to squeeze my knee. Her touch conveyed multiple messages: reassurance, shared experience, and implicit acknowledgement that something genuinely threatening had occurred. The remainder of our journey passed in comparative comfort, though adrenaline's recession left profound exhaustion in its wake. Even the dogs settled into uneasy sleep, their earlier vigilance depleted. By the time we reached our suburban neighborhood, artificial normalcy had begun asserting itself. Streetlights, familiar landmarks, and the rhythm of civilization, creating distance from our wilderness experience. Pulling into our driveway produced disproportionate relief. Home represented safety, walls and locks, and neighbors within shouting distance. We unloaded minimal essentials, sleeping bags and overnight bags containing toiletries, leaving the bulk of camping equipment for morning retrieval. Inside, familiar surroundings offered immediate comfort. Nevertheless, my father checked each window and door lock twice before allowing us to disperse to bedrooms. The routine security measures now carried heightened significance, protection against threats that had transitioned from abstract to concrete during our abbreviated camping trip. Despite exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. Whenever I approached unconsciousness, remembered sounds intruded. Footsteps circling our tent, Rusty's deep growl, branches breaking under unknown weight. My bedroom's familiar dimensions suddenly seemed insufficient barrier against the darkness beyond. Dawn arrived with muted relief, gray light filtering through curtains to dispel night's most immediate fears. Yet something fundamental had changed. An innocence diminished, replaced by unwelcome knowledge about vulnerability and the darkness that potentially resided in others. Morning brought physical discomfort alongside psychological after-effects. Muscles protested from tension maintained throughout the night, my jaw particularly sore from unconscious clenching. Nevertheless, daylight restored a semblance of normalcy as our family gathered in the kitchen, moving through familiar breakfast routines with mechanical precision. "Did everyone eventually get some sleep?" my father inquired, measuring coffee grounds with military exactness. Non-committal responses followed: shrugs, partial nods, mumbled affirmations that convinced no one. Dark circles beneath eyes testified to collective insomnia, particularly pronounced in my mother's normally vibrant face. "We should discuss what happened," she suggested, placing toast on the table without her usual arrangement aesthetics. "Try to make sense of it." This invitation prompted immediate theories from Patrick, who had apparently spent his sleepless hours constructing elaborate scenarios. "I bet it was poachers," he proposed, spreading strawberry jam with unusual concentration. They operate at night and wouldn't want witnesses. Wrong season for most game hunting, my father countered, though without dismissive tone. Besides, poachers typically avoid campsites. Thieves, then, my mother contributed, looking for equipment or valuables. This explanation aligned most closely with evidence, our missing items and the attempted car entry. Yet something about it failed to satisfy completely. Pure theft motivation would likely have resulted in more efficient acquisition of valuables rather than the prolonged examination of our campsite. Why circle the tent repeatedly? I asked, voicing the question that had troubled my attempts at sleep. Why not just take stuff and leave? The silence following my inquiry contained unspoken adult concerns, considerations deemed inappropriate for children's ears despite our direct involvement in the experience. My father and mother exchanged meaningful glances, communicating without words. Sometimes people who live in isolated areas develop unusual behaviors, my father finally offered, selecting words with obvious care. Their social norms differ from ours. This explanation, deliberately vague, somehow increased rather than diminished my unease. It suggested our visitor might not have been a conventional criminal with comprehensible motivation, but something less predictable, an individual operating outside standard behavioral parameters. Joanna, silent until now, suddenly contributed her perspective with unsettling directness. I think they wanted to hurt us. Her statement, delivered with childish certainty, crystallized fears we had collectively avoided articulating. The possibility that our nighttime visitor harbored violent intent rather than merely acquisitive motivation transformed an unsettling experience into something potentially traumatic. We don't know that, my mother interjected quickly, reaching to stroke Joanna's hair. And we're all safe now. More likely they were checking if we were awake before taking our stuff, my father added with forced pragmatism. The dogs alerted them to our wakefulness. This rational explanation offered comforting structure, though I sensed adult embellishment designed for children's consumption. Nevertheless, I embraced the interpretation, preferring theft motivation to alternatives too disturbing to contemplate. After breakfast, my father and Patrick departed to retrieve our abandoned equipment, the daylight excursion representing both practical necessity and symbolic reclamation. Their return several hours later brought unexpected information that reignited speculation. The campsite was completely cleared, my father reported, unloading the remaining tent components from the car. Nothing left behind. This development proved surprising given our hasty departure. We had reconciled ourselves to permanent loss of multiple items. Someone folded the chairs and stacked them neatly, Patrick added, his expression betraying confusion. Even the cooking grate was cleaned and packed in its original bag. Did you see anyone else up there? My mother asked, her face revealing renewed concern. Not a soul, my father responded, though we found these under a rock near where the tent stood. He produced Patrick's missing collection of pocket knives, arranged precisely in their fabric case. Nothing appeared damaged or missing, merely relocated from backpack to exposed position atop a prominent boulder near our former tent location. This deliberate placement defied conventional explanation. Thieves don't return valuable items in organized condition. Opportunistic campers discovering abandoned equipment might appropriate it for personal use, but wouldn't arrange it for original owner's retrieval. The careful presentation suggested intention beyond random criminality, a message encoded in objects rather than words. Maybe forest rangers? My mother proposed weakly, though we all recognized the improbability. Park officials would have left documentation or contacted authorities regarding abandoned equipment. More likely, whoever was circling found Patrick's name inside his backpack and felt guilty about taking a kid's stuff, my father suggested, his voice conveying uncertainty despite the reasonable hypothesis. The alternative remained unspoken. Our nighttime visitor had returned after our departure, meticulously organized our belongings, and placed Patrick's knives where they would certainly be discovered if we returned. The implication, that they expected or hoped for our return, contained disturbing possibilities none of us wished to verbalize. Throughout that weekend, our family maintained superficial normalcy while processing the experience through individual filters. My father increased household security measures, installing additional window locks and an alarm system keypad with uncharacteristic urgency. My mother kept the children unusually close, suggesting indoor activities despite perfect autumn weather. Patrick researched local news reports for similar incidents, finding nothing that matched our experience. Joanna expressed her processing through artwork, dark crayon drawings featuring shadowy figures circling tent-like structures. My own response manifested as hypervigilance. Every unexpected sound, branches against windows, the house settling at night, neighborhood dogs barking, triggered immediate adrenaline response. Sleep came reluctantly and departed easily, leaving me perpetually exhausted, yet unable to relax sufficiently for proper rest. Sunday evening, as we prepared for school and work resumption, my father initiated a family discussion that addressed the experience directly rather than through sidelong references. "What happened Friday night was frightening," he acknowledged, gathering us in the living room, "and it's natural to remain unsettled afterward." This validation of our ongoing discomfort provided surprising relief, permission to experience appropriate reactions rather than pretending complete recovery. "But we need perspective," he continued. "No one was hurt. Property can be replaced. And we learned valuable lessons about situational awareness." His military background emerged in this framing, translating frightening experience into educational opportunity, extracting tactical value from potential trauma. While intellectually appropriate, the approach failed to address emotional components fully. My mother, recognizing this limitation, provided complementary perspective. "It's also okay to be scared afterward," she added, her expression gentle. "To need time before feeling comfortable camping again, or to have trouble sleeping." This dual approach, pragmatic acknowledgement paired with emotional validation, created space for individual processing while maintaining family cohesion. We weren't required to pretend fearlessness, but neither would we allow fear to dominate our future choices. "We'll go camping again," my father stated with certainty. "Perhaps not that particular site, at least not immediately. But we won't surrender wilderness experiences because of one unsettling encounter." This declaration established important parameters, acknowledging impact without granting it permanent victory. We would modify behaviors based on experience but not abandon activities integral to family identity. As preparations for the coming week concluded, superficial normalcy gradually transitioned toward genuine stability. School and work obligations provided structured distraction, reducing opportunity for extensive rumination. Household routines resumed with increased appreciation for their predictable safety. Nevertheless, something fundamental had shifted in our collective consciousness, particularly for us children. The world contained newly recognized dangers beyond those adults had previously acknowledged. Not merely natural hazards like weather or wildlife, but human unpredictability lurking at civilization's margins. I understood for the first time that isolation created vulnerability regardless of physical preparation. Our careful packing, my father's military expertise, even our vigilant dogs had provided insufficient protection against nocturnal intrusion. Darkness contained threats beyond childhood imagination, and mountain beauty concealed potential danger alongside natural splendor. This knowledge represented premature introduction to adult awareness, the understanding that safety remains perpetually conditional rather than absolute. Our camping trip's abrupt conclusion marked transition from childhood's protected innocence toward more complex perception of reality's genuine parameters. The weeks following our abbreviated camping trip established new patterns within our household. Unspoken vigilance became standard procedure. Doors checked multiple times before bedtime, windows secured regardless of pleasant weather, exterior lights activated from dusk until dawn. My father installed motion-detecting floodlights that transformed our backyard into momentary daylight whenever neighborhood cats traversed our property. School provided welcome distraction during daylight hours, though concentration proved challenging. Assignments that previously held my complete attention now competed with intrusive memories and hypervigilance that continued despite rational understanding of our current safety. My teacher noticed subdued classroom participation, but attributed it to seasonal transition rather than specific incident. Sleep disturbances affected each family member differently. My father awakened instantly at minor household noises, conducting perimeter checks with flashlight in hand. My mother developed insomnia, often reading until early morning hours rather than attempting unsuccessful sleep. Patrick's response manifested as extensive research into wilderness safety protocols and defensive camping arrangements. Joanna simply crawled into our parents' bed most nights, seeking physical proximity as security against remembered fear. My own sleep patterns fragmented into brief periods of unconsciousness, interrupted by sudden wakefulness. Dreams incorporated elements from our experience, footsteps circling not tents, but our suburban home, dogs growling at presences visible only to them, darkness containing watching entities just beyond perception's edge. I frequently awoke perspiring despite cool autumn temperatures, heart racing from threats encountered in unconsciousness. Approximately 3 weeks after the incident, an unexpected development disrupted our gradual progression toward normalcy. My father returned from work with uncharacteristic tension evident in his posture and expression. "The security office at base received an interesting report today," he announced during dinner, setting down his fork with deliberate care. "Apparently there's been concern about someone living in the canyon forests." This statement immediately captured complete attention, conversations about school and work instantly forgotten. "Forest rangers found evidence of long-term occupation in a cave system about 2 miles from where we camped," he continued, selecting words carefully while monitoring our reactions. "Multiple sites, actually, with signs of habitation dating back several years." "What kind of evidence?" my mother asked, her voice maintaining deliberate calm for the children's benefit. "Supplies arranged in caches, improvised shelters, some items clearly taken from campsites over time, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, clothing." The implications settled heavily across the table. Our nighttime visitor potentially represented not random criminal activity, but something more structured. An individual who had established territory that our campsite inadvertently violated. "They're calling him the Canyon Watchman unofficially," my father added, his expression revealing discomfort with such romanticized terminology. "Apparently there have been similar reports over several years, though nothing officially documented until now." "Did they catch him?" Patrick asked, leaning forward with intensity that combined fear and fascination. "No. They found his shelters but no occupant. Rangers think he spotted their increased patrols and relocated deeper into the wilderness." This information created conflicting responses. Confirmation that our experience represented genuine encounter rather than exaggerated interpretation provided validation. However, the suggestion that our visitor maintained ongoing presence in familiar recreation areas generated fresh concern about future wilderness activities. "They think it's just one person?" my mother questioned, her expression suggesting deeper worries about potential danger. "Evidence points that way," my father replied. "Single set of footprints at most locations. Food supplies appropriate for individual consumption. Nothing indicating group activity." "Is he dangerous?" Joanna asked directly, her young voice conveying the question dominating all our thoughts. My father paused noticeably before responding. "There's no evidence of violence at any of the sites. Mostly just observation. They found several makeshift platforms and trees overlooking popular camping areas. Apparently, he watches families camp." The statement's clinical delivery failed to diminish its disturbing implications. Our visitor likely hadn't encountered us randomly, but had observed our arrival, setup, evening activities, and eventual sleep before approaching. The prolonged footsteps circling our tent represented not confusion, but deliberate examination, assessment of a known target rather than accidental discovery. "Why would someone do that?" I asked, genuine confusion underlying my question. The behavior pattern described seemed inexplicable, neither conventionally criminal nor merely eccentric, but something operating according to unknown motivation. Hard to say without speaking to him, my father responded with careful neutrality. Some people disconnect from society for various reasons. They develop different perspectives on appropriate behavior. This explanation, while factually accurate, contained deliberate omissions, adult knowledge filtered for children's consumption. Nevertheless, it provided sufficient framework for processing the information without intensifying existing anxiety. The Canyon Watchman revelation produced renewed community interest in wilderness security. Local newspapers published articles detailing ranger discoveries, including photographs of abandoned shelters and supply caches. Farmington Canyon temporarily closed to recreational use while authorities conducted thorough searches of adjacent wilderness areas. Our family's experience, previously confined to personal narrative, suddenly acquired broader context within community discourse. Neighbors inquired about details, friends expressed retroactive concern, and my father received multiple interview requests from local media outlets, all politely declined. This external validation provided unexpected therapeutic benefit. What had existed as isolated, potentially exaggerated experience transformed into documented phenomenon with official recognition. The transition from questionable personal perception to confirmed reality somehow diminished rather than intensified psychological impact. By mid-November, public interest inevitably diminished as newer concerns captured community attention. Rangers reopened recreational areas with increased patrol schedules, and canyon visitors gradually returned to normal activities. Our family, however, selected alternative locations for outdoor excursions, prioritizing popular, well-trafficked areas over isolated settings, regardless of their natural beauty. The incident's most enduring impact manifested in altered perception rather than specific behavioral changes. Wilderness retained its appeal, but acquired complexity beyond previous appreciation. Natural beauty remained evident, but now coexisted with awareness of human unpredictability, potentially concealed within scenic landscapes. For me particularly, the experience created lasting association between isolation and vulnerability. Dense forests that previously represented adventure now contained equal parts attraction and apprehension. Nighttime sounds acquired new significance, each unidentified noise potentially indicating human presence rather than natural processes. As winter approached and snow gradually transformed the mountainsides into gleaming white slopes, physical evidence of our encounter disappeared beneath seasonal accumulation. The Canyon Watchman, whether relocated or merely hibernating until spring, receded from immediate concern into occasional reminiscence. Nevertheless, subtle changes remained permanent. Increased attention to surroundings, modified recreation choices, and most significantly, altered understanding of wilderness itself. The mountains had revealed additional dimension beyond geological features and natural beauty, the potential for hidden human presence operating according to unknown parameters. This knowledge represented involuntary maturation rather than trauma, though elements of both coexisted in our processing. We had encountered genuine fear and emerged fundamentally unharmed, yet permanently changed. Our worldview expanded to include previously unacknowledged realities. By Christmas, surface normalcy had largely returned to our household. The camping equipment, thoroughly cleaned and meticulously inventoried, occupied its usual garage storage location. Casual references to future wilderness excursions entered conversation without triggering visible discomfort. Even sleep patterns gradually normalized, interrupted by only occasional nightmares or hyper-vigilant awakenings. Yet invisible boundaries had been established, unspoken parameters regarding acceptable risk and appropriate precaution. We would camp again, but differently, carrying extra awareness alongside traditional equipment. The wilderness remained beloved territory, but now contained acknowledged mystery beyond its natural characteristics. Human elements operating outside conventional social structures. This balanced perspective represented neither surrender to fear nor dismissal of genuine concern, but integration of experience into revised understanding. We had encountered darkness containing more than absence of light. It potentially contained watching presence, assessment without introduction, observation without explanation. This knowledge, once acquired, could never be unlearned. It remained permanent accompaniment to future wilderness experiences, neither dominating nor forgotten, but incorporated into more complex appreciation of natural environments and their unseen inhabitants. 30 years have passed since that autumn night in Farmington Canyon. My parents have retired to a southern Utah community surrounded by different mountains with their own mysteries. Patrick works as a wildlife biologist in the Pacific Northwest, his childhood fascination with nature translated into professional expertise. Joanna teaches elementary school in Colorado, her artistic tendencies now directed toward inspiring creativity in young students. I remained closest to our Utah origins, working as a park ranger in the very wilderness that once frightened me so profoundly. This career choice surprised no one more than myself, representing either ironic resolution or psychological compensation for childhood trauma, depending on therapeutic interpretation. The Canyon Watchman entered local folklore during the decades following our encounter. Occasional sightings continued throughout the late 1990s, gradually diminishing after millennium transition. Whether this represented successful relocation or more permanent departure remains undocumented. Rangers occasionally discover abandoned shelters in remote locations, though determining their origin proves impossible without direct contact. My professional responsibilities frequently position me in isolated wilderness settings similar to that fateful campsite. Modern equipment provides communication capabilities unavailable during childhood: satellite phones, GPS tracking, emergency beacons, technological responses to timeless vulnerability. Nevertheless, certain situations still trigger momentary flashbacks: unexpected footsteps outside ranger cabins, solitary hikers approaching observation posts without prior notification, even innocent campers exploring beyond designated areas. Over years of wilderness service, I've encountered various individuals choosing isolation over society: military veterans processing combat experiences, environmental activists protesting development, individuals experiencing mental health challenges finding nature more accommodating than human institutions. These encounters provided contextual understanding unavailable to my childhood self, illuminating potential motivations beyond simplistic criminal classification. Recently, while supervising trail maintenance in a particularly remote canyon sector, I discovered something both disturbing and illuminating. Beneath an overhang cleverly concealed by natural vegetation, a small shelter contained journals dating from the early 1990s through 2001. The handwriting, initially organized but deteriorating toward final entries, documented sustained wilderness habitation by a single individual. These writings detailed progressive disconnection from conventional society following financial collapse and family disintegration. The author, identified only as observer, initially sought temporary wilderness refuge before developing alternative perspective regarding human behavior patterns. His journals recorded campsite observations spanning multiple years, including detailed assessments of various family interactions exhibited during recreational activities. Most entries maintained clinical distance, analyzing rather than engaging with subjects under observation. Occasionally, however, entries revealed interventions: equipment repairs completed while campers slept, supplies repositioned to improve functionality, even theft prevention through intimidation of potential criminals targeting vulnerable sites. Among hundreds of documented observations, I discovered entry dated October 1994, describing family matching our composition: parents, 2 boys, younger girl, and 2 dogs in vintage olive canvas tent. The observer noted our efficient setup, appropriate fire management, and genuine familial connection unusual among temporary visitors. His subsequent entry detailed nighttime approach, initially intended as typical observation before discovering our awareness through canine alertness. The narrative described retreat following dog vocalization, followed by return after our hasty departure to organize abandoned equipment preventing animal damage or exposure deterioration. The final paragraph contained unexpected perspective. The military father understood. Saw recognition in his assessment immediately upon return. Territorial respect, the foundational wilderness principle most recreational visitors never comprehend. Left the boys' collection where certainly discovered. Important lessons require meaningful illustrations. Reading these words produced complex emotional response. Validation of childhood perceptions alongside disturbing confirmation that our experience represented deliberate educational intention rather than random encounter. The Canyon Watchman had selected our family for demonstration, using fear as instructional methodology for reasons comprehensible only within his isolated value system. I've never shared this discovery with my family members, though occasionally I've contemplated its potential impact on their long-term processing. Would confirmation of deliberate targeting increase lingering anxiety, or would contextual explanation provide resolution to unanswered questions? The journal's existence remains unofficial, documented in personal records rather than departmental reports. During family gatherings, conversation occasionally revisits that night when prompted by camping references or childhood reminiscence. These discussions now feature more curiosity than apprehension, analytical distance replacing emotional immediacy. We debate motivations, consider alternative explanations, even acknowledge potential benefits from early exposure to wilderness complexity. It changed how I approach isolation, Patrick remarked during recent holiday reunion. Made me more prepared, more aware of surroundings. Probably saved me from genuine danger during remote research expeditions. Taught me that fear serves evolutionary purpose, my father added, his military pragmatism unchanged by retirement years. Being afraid when appropriate keeps you alive. My mother's perspective emphasized different dimension. It showed me that wilderness isn't just beautiful views and nice experiences. It's complex and sometimes challenging, like everything valuable in life. For me, the experience created career trajectory focused on wilderness education, emphasizing genuine respect rather than superficial recreation. My ranger presentations highlight appropriate balance between appreciation and caution, advocating preparedness without promoting paranoia. Occasionally, when speaking with particularly receptive groups, I reference the Canyon Watchman as unnamed cautionary example of boundaries between wilderness engagement and potentially harmful disconnection. The experience remains fundamental reference point separating childhood's protected perception from more complex adult understanding. That single night, comprising mere hours in decades-long lifespan, permanently altered my relationship with darkness, isolation, and human unpredictability. The footsteps circling our tent continue echoing through memory, attenuated by time, but never completely silenced. When I occasionally pass our former campsite during patrol rotations, I observe how completely nature has reclaimed any evidence of our presence or hasty departure. The clearing remains, perpetually renewed by seasonal cycles, indifferent to human narratives constructed around its geography. The creek continues its journey toward larger watersheds, carrying mountain minerals toward distant valleys with unchanging purpose. Sometimes during these visits, I imagine alternative developments, our family remaining unaware of nocturnal visitation, completing planned weekend activities without interruption, departing with exclusively positive memories. This parallel possibility exists only in imagination, overshadowed by actual experience that forever altered our perception of wilderness and its inhabitants. Yet I recognize this alteration as education rather than damage, expanded awareness rather than diminished appreciation. The mountains never promised safety, only authenticity, a covenant upheld through both beautiful vistas and frightening encounters. Their indifference toward human presence constitutes neither cruelty nor kindness, but fundamental characteristic defining wilderness itself. Even now, when darkness descends on remote campsites where professional responsibilities position me, I occasionally find myself listening for rhythmic footsteps, circling protective barriers. The sound rarely materializes except in dream states or memory fragments, yet its potential existence remains acknowledged companion to wilderness experience. This awareness represents neither paranoia nor trauma resolution, but integrated understanding. Recognition that natural environments contain multiple realities simultaneously present, yet differently perceived. The canyon watchman emerged from wilderness depths carrying perspective incomprehensible within conventional frameworks, reflecting mountain shadows existing independent of illumination, yet equally fundamental to landscape composition. As autumn colors again transform mountainsides into brilliant displays attracting recreational visitors, I observe families establishing temporary residences in designated campsites. Their excited children explore perimeters while parents construct contemporary shelters, equipped with technological comforts unavailable during my childhood. Watching their innocent enjoyment, I occasionally wonder whether unseen observers still monitor from concealed positions, evaluating interaction patterns according to wilderness values developed in isolation. The possibility seems simultaneously disturbing and somehow appropriate, the mountains maintaining mysterious dimension beyond recreational categorization. If such observation occurs, I hope it remains distant assessment rather than direct intervention, yet part of me acknowledges educational value in occasional boundary illustration, controlled exposure to wilderness complexity beyond scenic appreciation. Perhaps certain fundamental understandings require emotional impact beyond intellectual presentation, meaningful lessons illustrated through experiences that permanently alter perception. The rhythmic sound of footsteps circling protective barriers in darkness contains educational dimensions impossible to convey through conventional instruction. Some wilderness lessons can only be properly learned through direct experience, regardless of resulting discomfort or temporary fear. I continue monitoring mountain pathways in professional capacity, maintaining appropriate boundaries between wilderness and recreation, natural processes and human intervention. Each season brings new visitors seeking connection with environments increasingly absent from modern existence. I facilitate these connections while maintaining awareness of their inherent complexity, the simultaneous presence of beauty and potential danger, splendor and shadow, illumination and darkness. When I hear boots crunching forest detritus during patrol rounds, I remember that single childhood night when wilderness revealed dimension beyond scenic backdrop, the potential for hidden presence operating according to unfamiliar parameters. The memory no longer triggers panic, but serves as reminder of mountain authenticity beyond cultivated presentation. The footsteps circle eternally in memory, their rhythmic progression marking transition between childhood's protected perception and adult's complex understanding. I listen for their approach not with fear but recognition, awareness that wilderness contains mystery alongside beauty, darkness alongside illumination, and occasionally watching eyes evaluating our worthiness from beyond firelight's comforting perimeter. The wilderness doesn't care about your experience. Doesn't matter if you've spent 10 years or 10 minutes searching these woods, Mother Nature treats everyone with the same cold indifference. I've pulled bodies from ravines, rescued hikers with shattered legs, and tracked down confused dementia patients who wandered too far from their cabins. But nothing in my career prepared me for what happened that summer. My name is Ethan Crowley. In 2006, I was a senior search and rescue officer for Snohomish County, Washington, with nearly a decade of experience under my belt. The densely forested mountains of the Pacific Northwest had become a second home to me. I knew their trails, their moods, their dangers. July 15th began like any other summer Saturday. Early sunrise, clear skies, and the inevitable stream of weekend warriors heading into our wilderness areas. The morning briefing covered standard protocol, heat-related concerns, increased bear activity near Granite Falls, and a reminder to document all radio communications properly. Nothing suggested it would become the day that would forever divide my life into before and after. I remember checking my equipment while bantering with Sam Hawkins, my partner of 6 years. Sam was the perfect complement to my methodical approach. He had keen instincts and a dry sense of humor that kept morale up during difficult operations. "Weather report says we're hitting 92 today," Sam said, adjusting his pack straps. "Bet you $20 we get at least 3 calls for heat exhaustion before noon." "No bet," I replied. Already had one at the Heather Lake trailhead. College kids with half a bottle of water between them. The call came in at 2:17 p.m. A couple, David and Rebecca Thompson, both experienced hikers in their early 30s, had set out for Mount Pilchuck at dawn. Their friends, waiting at the designated campground, reported them overdue by several hours. With no response to texts or calls, they'd finally contacted authorities. "Probably just lost track of time," Sam offered as we loaded our gear into the truck. "People always underestimate those trails." "Maybe," I said, but something felt off. The Thompsons weren't novices making rookie mistakes. They had logged hundreds of trail miles together and were meticulous planners according to their friends. We reached the Mount Pilchuck trailhead by 3 p.m. The parking area, normally packed on a summer weekend, was oddly sparse. Just 3 vehicles, including the Thompsons' blue Subaru. The air felt unusually still, the typical forest sounds muted. Even the ranger station was empty, with a handwritten note taped to the door about a staff meeting. "Where is everybody?" Sam asked, voicing my unspoken concern. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Crowley. We're at Pilchuck Trailhead. Any advisories or closures we should know about?" The response came through with static interference. "Negative, Crowley. Trail is open. No reported incidents." Sam and I exchanged glances. Something wasn't adding up. "Let's move quickly," I said, double-checking my GPS. "If we maintain a good pace, we can reach their last known location before dusk." The trail stretched before us, winding through ancient conifers that blocked much of the afternoon sun. Normally, we'd pass dozens of hikers on a day like this, but we encountered no one. The silence grew heavier with each step, broken only by our boots on the path and the occasional distant call of a bird. An hour into our ascent, Sam stopped abruptly. "Listen," he whispered. I paused, straining to hear. Nothing. Not a rustle, not a chirp. "Exactly," he said. "When's the last time you heard absolute silence in these woods?" The hair on my arm stood up despite the heat. In 10 years of wilderness work, I'd never experienced such an unnatural quiet. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. We pressed on, our pace quickening as the shadows lengthened. According to their friends, the Thompsons had planned to camp near the Summit Lake, an ambitious but achievable day hike for experienced trekkers. As we climbed higher, the trail narrowed, hugging the mountainside. At a switchback overlooking the valley, Sam pointed to a disturbed area just off the path. "Boot prints," he noted, kneeling to examine them. 2 sets heading off trail. I frowned. The Thompsons were environmentally conscious. Their friends had emphasized this point. Going off trail wasn't their style. "Maybe they saw something?" I suggested. "Wildlife, perhaps?" Sam traced the direction of the prints with his finger. "They head straight into that thicket. No one chases wildlife into dense brush like that." We followed the tracks for about 50 yards before they disappeared into a rocky clearing. A strange pattern of flattened vegetation formed what looked almost like a perfect circle, approximately 12 feet in diameter. "What would cause this?" I asked, more to myself than to Sam. He shook his head slowly. "Not natural, whatever it is." The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows through the trees. We needed to find the Thompsons' campsite before nightfall. "Mark it on GPS," I said. "We'll come back if needed." As we resumed our climb, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. I've spent enough time in predator country to recognize the feeling of eyes tracking movement, but this was different. Colder, more calculated. I caught myself repeatedly glancing over my shoulder, seeing nothing but shadows between trees. Just before 7 p.m., with the light fading, we crested a ridge and spotted a small clearing ahead. "There," Sam pointed. A blue tent was pitched near a fire ring, exactly where the Thompsons had planned to camp. We approached cautiously, calling out their names. No response. The campsite appeared frozen in time. A half-eaten breakfast still on plates, coffee mugs full of now cold liquid, sleeping bags neatly arranged inside the open tent. Their backpacks rested against a log, and most telling of all, both their phones sat on top of a trail map spread out on a flat rock. "Who leaves their phones?" Sam muttered, picking one up. The screen showed several missed calls and text notifications. I examined the perimeter of the camp, looking for any sign of which direction they might have gone. Nothing indicated a hasty departure or struggle. No overturned items, no scattered belongings, no blood or signs of animal intrusion. It's like they just vanished mid-breakfast, I said, a chill running through me despite the lingering heat of the day. As darkness settled over the mountain, we made the decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. We should split up, Sam suggested. Cover more ground before we lose the light completely. I nodded, though something in me screamed against it. 1 hour, then we meet back here, whether we find anything or not. Sam headed west, following a faint game trail. I took the eastern path, which curved around the lake and deeper into the forest. The sun had nearly set now, the forest floor dimming to gray. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the growing darkness. As I moved away from the camp, that unnatural silence returned, so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. The trees seemed to close in around me, their twisted shapes transforming into watchful sentinels. 1 hour, I reminded myself. Just 1 hour, and then we regroup. I couldn't have possibly known that within that hour, everything I understood about our world would be irreparably shattered, and that I would never see Sam Hawkins alive again. The eastern trail curved around the small alpine lake, occasionally offering glimpses of dark water reflecting the last purple light of dusk. I marked my path methodically, calling out the Thompsons' names every 100 yards or so. Each shout seemed swallowed by the unnaturally thick silence, returning nothing but the faintest echo. 20 minutes into my search, I found the first anomaly. A single hiking boot, women's size 7, lying on its side just off the trail. I recognized the brand as expensive, the type serious hikers invested in. Kneeling beside it, I noted no damage, no signs of animal interference. It appeared as if someone had simply stepped out of it and continued walking. I keyed my radio. "Sam, I found a boot. Women's. Possibly Rebecca's." Static hissed back at me for several seconds before Sam's voice broke through, distorted and faint. "Any signs of struggle?" "Negative. It's just sitting here, like it was placed." "Roger. I'm checking a..." His transmission cut out completely. I tried again. Sam, do you copy?" Nothing but static. Unease crept up my spine as I photographed the boot's position and bagged it as evidence. The trail ahead disappeared into thick underbrush, but I could make out what looked like flattened vegetation. Someone had definitely gone this way. Following the disturbed path, I emerged into a small clearing surrounded by ancient cedars. The ground here displayed the same circular pattern we'd seen earlier, flattened in a perfect ring approximately 12 feet in diameter. In the center lay a single earring, a silver feather design. I approached slowly, scanning for footprints or other evidence. The perimeter of the circle seemed unnaturally precise, as if drawn with a compass. As I stepped across the boundary, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The air felt suddenly thick, the temperature dropping several degrees. My flashlight flickered, then stabilized. I knelt to examine the earring, careful not to disturb its position. A standard silver piece, nothing unusual except for its location in this perfect circle of flattened vegetation. As I photographed it, my flashlight caught something else. A thin, clear substance stretched between two blades of grass. At first glance, I thought it was spider silk, but it had an unusual iridescent quality. I leaned closer, and to my shock, the strand seemed to pulse with a faint bluish light. I reached out cautiously with my pen, touching the filament. It adhered to the metal tip, stretching rather than breaking. When I pulled back, it finally snapped with surprising resistance, leaving a droplet of viscous fluid that glowed faintly in the beam of my flashlight. My radio crackled suddenly, making me jump. "Ethan." Sam's voice came through, but something was wrong. His usually confident tone sounded strained, almost fearful. "I found something. West Ridge, half-mile from camp. You need... see this." Sam, you're breaking up. What did you find? Not what. Who? I think. Thompson's. But something's wrong with. The transmission dissolved into static again. I checked my watch. 45 minutes had passed. We were due back at the campsite soon. Sam, I'm heading back to camp. Meet you there in 15. No response. I took one last look at the circle, fighting a growing sense of dread. Whatever had happened here defied logical explanation. In almost a decade of search and rescue work, I'd never encountered anything like this. The return journey to the campsite seemed to take longer, the forest growing increasingly disorienting in the full darkness. Twice I thought I heard footsteps paralleling my path, but when I stopped to listen, the sound ceased immediately. At one point, I distinctly felt something brush against my back. I spun around, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness, but nothing was there, just trees and undergrowth, completely still in the windless night. When I finally reached the campsite, Sam wasn't there. His pack remained where he'd left it, and his water bottle stood upright on the log near the fire pit. "Sam," I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast silence. I checked my watch. He was 15 minutes late now. Not alarming under normal circumstances, but nothing about this situation felt normal. I tried the radio again. "Sam, do you copy? I'm at the campsite." The response wasn't Sam's voice, but a series of clicks and what sounded like whispered words too faint to decipher. 30 minutes passed. I built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth, and continued attempting radio contact. With each passing minute, my concern deepened. At the 1-hour mark, I made the decision to search for him. Protocol dictated waiting at the rendezvous point, but protocol assumed normal circumstances. There was nothing normal about this situation. I gathered essential gear, leaving unnecessary weight behind, and headed west following Sam's original route. The game trail he'd taken was narrow but distinct, winding through dense underbrush and occasionally disappearing beneath fallen logs. About a quarter-mile from camp, I found Sam's radio lying on the ground. The back panel was open, batteries missing. I examined it carefully. No damage, no signs of being dropped or thrown. It appeared to have been deliberately placed, the battery compartment methodically emptied. "Sam!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. "Sam!" Only silence answered. I continued forward, moving as quickly as the difficult terrain allowed. The trail climbed steeply now, switchbacking up the western ridge. My flashlight beam caught occasional boot prints in the softer soil, confirming I was on Sam's path. Halfway up the ridge, I found the first piece of torn fabric, a strip of the dark blue shirt Sam had been wearing, caught on a thorn bush. I examined it under my light. The edges were frayed but not cut, as if it had been torn away with considerable force. The trail ahead showed signs of disturbance. Broken branches, scuffed soil, indications of someone moving quickly or being dragged. I followed the signs, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. At the ridge crest, the trail opened into another clearing. My flashlight beam swept across the ground, catching a reflection of something metallic. Sam's watch. The crystal face shattered. And then, just beyond, illuminated in my flashlight's beam, was a set of strange markings in the soil. Not footprints, but long, parallel grooves approximately 4 inches apart, as if something with multiple appendages had moved through the area. The grooves led to the northern edge of the clearing, disappearing into thick undergrowth. As I approached, I noticed an unusual odor, acrid and chemical, reminiscent of ozone after a lightning strike. I pushed through the dense brush, following the markings. The smell grew stronger, almost overwhelming. 20 yards in, the undergrowth opened to reveal another circular clearing, and in its center lay Sam Hawkins. He was face down, arms extended outward. I rushed to him, calling his name. When I rolled him over, I recoiled in horror. Sam's eyes were open, fixed in an expression of pure terror. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor, and dark veins stood out prominently across his face and neck. There were no obvious wounds, no blood, just a series of strange, geometric bruises forming perfect hexagons across his chest and throat. I checked for a pulse, though I already knew what I would find. Sam was gone. My training kicked in despite my shock. I began to document the scene, taking photos and notes mechanically while my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. The circular clearing, the strange markings leading to Sam's body, the hexagonal bruises that defied medical explanation. None of it made sense. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest around me seemed to press closer, the darkness between trees deepening. Twice I caught movement at the periphery of my vision, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. I keyed my radio to contact base, but received only that same strange static, punctuated by faint clicking sounds. Cell service was non-existent this deep in the wilderness. I had to make a decision. Stay with Sam's body until daylight or return to the campsite to try for better radio contact. Standard procedure would be to remain with the deceased, but every instinct screamed at me to move. The decision was made for me when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound coming from the dense forest beyond the clearing. Not quite footsteps, more like something heavy dragging itself forward with methodical determination. I shut off my flashlight instinctively, crouching low beside Sam's body. The sound continued, growing closer. Through gaps in the vegetation, I caught glimpses of movement, something tall and pale, moving with an unnatural gait between the trees. My breath caught in my throat. Whatever was approaching wasn't human. The shape was wrong. Too tall, too thin, its proportions distorted like a reflection in warped glass. I remained frozen, fear overwhelming training and logic. The pale figure paused at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the range of clear visibility. It seemed to be searching, head moving in jerky, bird-like motions. For an excruciating minute, it remained there, unmoving. Then, slowly, it retreated back into the forest, the strange dragging sound fading gradually into silence. I waited 5 minutes that felt like hours before daring to turn my flashlight back on. Sam's body lay unchanged, his vacant eyes still fixed in that expression of ultimate terror. "I'm sorry," I whispered, knowing I couldn't stay. Something was hunting in these woods, something that had already claimed at least one life. I marked the location precisely on my GPS and took one final photograph. Then, fighting every professional instinct, I left my partner behind and began making my way back to the campsite, moving as quickly and quietly as possible through the dark forest. The weight of what I'd witnessed pressed down like a physical burden. Sam was dead. The Thompsons were missing. And something inhuman was moving through these woods with predatory intent. As I retraced my steps down the ridge, one thought kept circling through my mind. What had Sam seen before he died? What horror had fixed that expression of pure terror on his face in his final moments? I was afraid I might soon find out. The journey back to the campsite was a nightmare gauntlet of shadows and sounds. Every rustling branch became a potential threat, every shifting shadow a predator closing in. I maintained a grueling pace, moving as silently as my trembling legs would allow. The forest, once a familiar workplace, had transformed into an alien landscape filled with malevolent intent. My flashlight beam caught occasional flashes of reflection from the undergrowth, points of light that didn't belong, appearing and disappearing too quickly to identify. Twice I heard that distinctive dragging sound paralleling my path, always maintaining distance, neither approaching nor retreating. When the campsite finally came into view, I nearly collapsed with relief. Everything remained as I'd left it, the Thompsons' tent still standing, their belongings undisturbed. I immediately tried the radio again, desperate to reach base camp. "This is Crowley. Emergency. Officer down. Repeat, officer down. Request immediate backup and medical examiner. Over." Through the static came a faint voice, barely audible. "Location. Repeat, coordinates." I provided our position, emphasizing the urgency, then repeated Sam's location. The response was mostly static, but I caught enough to understand that help wouldn't arrive before morning. We were too remote, the terrain too difficult for night operations. I was on my own until dawn. Security protocols dictated establishing a defensible position. I gathered firewood, building a larger blaze than normal. The dancing flames pushed back the darkness, but created restless shadows that seemed to move with purpose at the forest edge. I retrieved my sidearm, a 9mm Glock I rarely carried but had thankfully brought on this mission. Standard procedure was to avoid firearms during search and rescue operations, but tonight I was grateful for the weight of it in my hand. As I took inventory of supplies, I noticed something I'd missed earlier. A small leather-bound journal among Rebecca Thompson's belongings. I hesitated, aware of the privacy invasion, but the circumstances justified it. I needed any information that might help me understand what we were dealing with. The journal's most recent entry was dated the morning of their disappearance, July 15th. Woke before sunrise. David still sleeping. Something strange happened last night. Around 2 a.m. I woke to a sound like singing, but not quite human. When I looked out of the tent, the clearing was filled with lights, like fireflies, but larger and blue-white. They moved in patterns, forming circles and spirals. I watched for nearly an hour before they faded. Didn't wake David. He wouldn't believe me anyway. Going to investigate after breakfast. There's a circle of flattened grass just beyond the ridge. I think that's where the lights were centered. My blood ran cold. The circular clearings Sam and I had found, Rebecca had seen them too, had gone looking for them deliberately. I flipped back through earlier entries, finding more disturbing details. July 13th, arrived at Mount Pilchuck. Trails oddly empty for summer. Ranger seemed nervous when we mentioned camping near the summit lake. Tried to direct us elsewhere. Said something about unusual wildlife activity. When pressed, he changed the subject. July 14th, David spotted strange markings on trees, perfect geometric patterns that don't look natural or man-made, almost like mathematical symbols. Found a dead fox near our campsite. No visible injuries, but its eyes were completely white, clouded over. David says it must have been diseased. The final entry ended mid-sentence. July 15th later. Found the circle. It's perfect, like it was drawn with precision tools. The grass inside feels different. Colder, somehow alive under my fingers. There's something moving at the forest edge. Tall. Too tall to be nothing more. The pen stroke trailed off the page as if Rebecca had been interrupted mid-writing. I closed the journal, my mind racing. She had seen something. The same entity I'd glimpsed in the forest? The same thing that had killed Sam? The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling upward. Beyond its light, the forest had fallen into that unnatural silence again. No insects, no night birds, nothing but the occasional soft snap of a branch that might have been the wind, or might have been something moving with deliberate stealth. Around midnight, the temperature dropped suddenly, my breath fogging in the cold air despite the summer season. The fire dimmed despite my efforts to maintain it, the flames turning an unusual bluish color at their edges. That's when I heard it. A sound like distant singing, just as Rebecca had described. Not quite human, the notes sliding between tones in a way that human vocal cords couldn't replicate. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, impossible to pinpoint. I gripped my flashlight, sweeping its beam in a slow circle around the campsite. At the northern perimeter, just beyond the firelight's reach, something moved. I raised my gun instinctively, aiming at the movement. "Identify yourself!" I shouted, my voice sounding thin and ineffectual. The singing stopped. The forest held its breath. Then, stepping into the faintest edge of firelight, I saw it clearly for the first time. It stood at least 7 feet tall, its proportions wrong in ways that defied anatomical logic. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in impossible directions. The skin, if it could be called skin, was a pale, luminescent white that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously, but it was the face that seared itself into my nightmares forever. No nose, no mouth in any conventional sense, just a series of vertical slits where those features should be. And the eyes. Black, depthless pits that reflected nothing, absorbed everything. I fired 2 shots instinctively, the reports deafening in the silent forest. The creature jerked backward but didn't fall. Where the bullets had struck, the skin rippled like disturbed water, sealing over without bleeding. It tilted its head at an impossible angle, those black eyes fixed on me with terrible intelligence. Then it opened what I had mistaken for facial slits, revealing a mouth that split its head nearly in half, lined with translucent needle-like teeth. I fired again, emptying the magazine in panic. Some shots struck, causing that same rippling effect. Others missed as the creature moved with blinding speed, circling the campsite faster than my eyes could track. The fire died suddenly, plunging the clearing into darkness, save for my wildly swinging flashlight beam. In desperate terror, I grabbed a burning branch from the embers, waving it before me like a primitive torch. The creature hesitated, keeping its distance from the flame. It feared fire. This realization gave me the first glimmer of hope since finding Sam's body. I used the burning branch to reignite the campfire, feeding it everything flammable I could reach without turning my back on the circling entity. The flames caught, pushing back the darkness and forcing the creature to retreat to the forest edge. For hours, it stalked the perimeter of my camp, always just beyond clear visibility. I maintained the fire with religious devotion, rationing the available wood to last until dawn. My flashlight batteries weakened, the beam growing dimmer as the night progressed. Around 3 a.m., the singing began again, but different now, coming from multiple directions simultaneously. I realized with horror that there was more than one of these things out there, calling to each other in their inhuman voices. The hours crawled by, each minute a battle against exhaustion and terror. I found myself nodding off despite the adrenaline, jerking awake with nightmarish visions of those black eyes inches from my face. When the eastern sky finally began to lighten, the singing stopped. The presence at the forest edge withdrew, melting away with the darkness. By the time the sun crested the mountain, nothing remained but silence and the charred remnants of my desperate fire. I sat motionless, gun empty but still clutched in my hand, as birds cautiously resumed their morning calls. The forest returned to normal around me, as if the night's horrors had been nothing but a fever dream. But Sam was still dead. The Thompsons were still missing. And the memory of that tall, pale figure with its impossible mouth would never leave me. The rescue team arrived an hour after sunrise, 4 officers led by Captain Reynolds. Their cheerful calls as they approached the campsite seemed obscene after the night I'd endured. "Crowley, where's Hawkins?" Reynolds called as they entered the clearing. I must have looked half mad, sleepless, covered in dirt and ash, empty gun still in my hand. "Sam's dead," I said flatly. "Something killed him." Their expressions shifted from confusion to concern. Reynolds approached slowly, as if dealing with a potentially unstable individual. "Let's get you some water, Ethan. You look dehydrated." "I'm not hallucinating," I snapped. "Check my GPS. I marked his location. He's been murdered." Reynolds exchanged glances with the others. "We'll check it out. But first, tell us what happened. Start from the beginning." I did, omitting nothing. The circular clearings, the strange silence, Sam's body with its geometric bruises, and the pale, elongated creature that bullets couldn't stop. As I spoke, their expressions grew increasingly skeptical. "And you fired your weapon at this entity?" Reynolds asked when I finished. 8 shots. Didn't even slow it down. Yet there's no blood trail. It didn't bleed. The skin just rippled and sealed over. Another exchanged glance between the officers. I knew how it sounded. "Look," I said. "Check the journal. Rebecca Thompson saw them too. Lights, singing, the circular clearings. It's all documented." Reynolds took the journal, flipping through it briefly before handing it to another officer. "We'll take this as evidence. Now, show us where Sam is." The walk to Sam's body took longer in daylight, the terrain more difficult than I remembered. When we reached the clearing, Reynolds stopped abruptly. "You're sure this is the spot?" I checked my GPS. Positive. The clearing was empty. No body, no evidence that Sam had ever been there. "This is impossible," I muttered, circling the area. "He was right here. I have photographs." I pulled out my camera, scrolling to the images I'd taken the night before. Each one showed only empty forest floor. No Sam, no strange markings, nothing but dirt and vegetation. "Ethan," Reynolds said gently, "you've been under enormous stress. It's possible that in the darkness your mind—" "I'm not crazy," I shouted. "I know what I saw." But even as I protested, doubt began to creep in. Had exhaustion and fear affected my perception? Could I have imagined the pale creature, the singing, even Sam's death? No. The journal confirmed at least part of my experience. Rebecca had seen something too. "The Thompsons," I insisted. "We need to keep searching for them." Reynolds nodded, humoring me. "That's why we're here. But Ethan, you need rest. Go back to base with Johnson. We'll continue the search." I wanted to argue, but lacked the strength. The sleepless night had drained me completely. As Johnson led me back toward the trailhead, I took one last look at the forest. In broad daylight, it seemed impossible that anything unnatural could exist here. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that black, depthless eyes were watching from between the trees, waiting patiently for darkness to fall again. The descent from Mount Pilchuck passed in a haze of exhaustion and confusion. Johnson maintained a steady stream of conversation. Weather forecasts, department gossip, anything to fill the silence. But I barely registered his words. My mind kept returning to Sam's body, to the pale creature with its impossible mouth, to the evidence that had vanished with the night. At the ranger station, a medical team was waiting. They checked me for signs of hypothermia, dehydration, or head injury that might explain my disorientation. Finding nothing physically wrong, they chalked my experience up to extreme stress and sleep deprivation. "It's not uncommon," the paramedic assured me, "for the mind to create explanations when faced with traumatic events, especially in isolated wilderness settings." I nodded mechanically, too tired to argue. They gave me sedatives and arranged transportation back to headquarters, where I was placed on immediate administrative leave pending psychiatric evaluation. Sleep came the moment I reached my apartment, deep and dreamless thanks to the medication. I woke 14 hours later to pounding on my door, Captain Reynolds, with news I couldn't process. "We found Sam," he said grimly. Hope surged momentarily before his expression registered. "Dead?" He nodded. "A mile west of where you said, in a ravine. Looks like he fell, hit his head on the rocks below." "That's impossible," I protested. "I saw him. There were marks on his body, strange bruises." "Ethan," Reynolds cut me off. "The medical examiner confirmed it was an accidental death. Blunt force trauma consistent with a fall from height. And the Thompsons. Still missing. The search continues." He hesitated. "Look, I know you believe what you saw. But there's a simpler explanation. You found your partner dead and experienced a trauma response. The mind creates narratives to protect itself." I wanted to believe him. Wanted to accept that exhaustion and grief had conjured pale creatures and impossible horrors. But Rebecca's journal entries couldn't be explained away so easily. "What about the journal? Rebecca saw something too." Reynolds sighed. "We found no journal, Ethan. That's not possible. I showed it to you at the campsite. You showed me an empty notebook. There was nothing written in it." I stared at him, speechless. Was I losing my mind? The next week passed in a blur of psychiatric evaluations, debriefings, and memorial preparations for Sam. The official report listed his death as a tragic accident. My account was attributed to acute stress reaction with transient psychotic features. I didn't fight it. What alternative was there? I had no evidence, No photographs, no journal, nothing but my increasingly uncertain memories. Sam's funeral was held on a rainy Thursday. His wife clutched my hand afterward, tears mingling with raindrops on her face. "He always said if anything happened to him in those mountains, you'd bring him home," she whispered. "Thank you for finding him." I nodded, the guilt nearly crushing me. I hadn't saved him. I'd left his body in that clearing, fled in terror from something I couldn't explain or prove existed. 3 days after the funeral, the search for the Thompsons was officially scaled back. With no new leads and limited resources, it was reclassified as a recovery rather than rescue operation. They joined the disturbingly long list of people who enter wilderness areas and simply vanish. I might have accepted the official narrative, might have convinced myself that stress and grief had manufactured those memories, if not for what happened next. A package arrived at my apartment, addressed in unfamiliar handwriting with no return address. Inside was a small leather-bound journal, identical to the one I'd found at the Thompsons' campsite. With trembling hands, I opened it. The first page bore a single line: "For Ethan Crowley, who saw the truth." The remaining pages contained meticulous notes, sketches, and coordinates spanning decades. Reports of missing hikers in the Mount Pilchuck area dating back to the 1940s. Descriptions of circular clearings, strange lights, and elongated figures moving through nighttime forests. Testimonies from survivors who'd been dismissed as traumatized or delusional, just as I had been. And photographs, dozens of them, showing those same pale entities I'd encountered. Most were blurry or partially obscured, but a few captured clear images of impossibly tall, thin figures with black eyes and vertical slit mouths. The final page contained a name and address: Dr. Eleanor Wells, Department of Folklore Studies, University of Washington. I drove to Seattle the next morning, the journal secure in my bag. Dr. Wells was an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She invited me into her cluttered office without surprise, as if she'd been expecting me. "You received the journal," she stated rather than asked. "Yes." "Did you send it?" "No." She gestured for me to sit. "I've never possessed the original, only copies of certain pages. The journal has its own way of finding those who need it." Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed such mystical nonsense, but after what I'd witnessed, normal parameters no longer applied. "What were those things I saw?" I asked directly. Dr. Wells studied me for a moment before answering. "Different cultures have different names for them. The Salish tribes called them Stlakem, forest people who steal humans. European settlers described walking trees or pale watchers. Modern accounts often use terms like flesh gates or wendigo, though neither is accurate." "What are they, then?" "That's the question, isn't it?" She smiled thinly. "Something not quite of our world, existing in the boundary spaces. They've been documented for centuries, always with the same methods. They create perfect circles, use lights and sounds to lure humans, and occasionally take them. Take them where? No one knows. Those who were taken never return." "Sam wasn't taken," I said. "He was killed." Dr. Wells nodded. "Sometimes they kill rather than take, particularly those who pose a threat or witness a taking. Your friend was likely searching for the Thompsons when he encountered them mid-abduction." "Why did Sam's body disappear? And the journal?" "They clean up after themselves. Evidence of their existence rarely survives daylight." "Then why did they leave me alive?" Her expression grew serious. "That's what concerns me, Mr. Crowley. They don't make mistakes. If you survived, it was deliberate." A chill ran through me. "Why would they let me live?" "Perhaps to serve as a warning to others. Perhaps because they're not finished with you. Or perhaps," she hesitated, "they've marked you in some way we can't perceive." I thought of the recurring nightmares since that night. Dreams of black eyes watching me through my bedroom window, of my skin growing pale and limbs elongating. Dreams of becoming something else. What can I do? I asked, hating the tremor in my voice. Be vigilant. They prefer isolated areas but have been known to follow those who've encountered them. And whatever you do, don't return to those mountains alone. I left Dr. Wells' office with more questions than answers, but one certainty: I wasn't crazy. What I'd witnessed was real, documented by others over decades. The knowledge should have been comforting, but instead intensified my fear. If these entities were real, then the threat they posed was equally real. That night, alone in my apartment, I realized I was at a crossroads. I could take the journal to Reynolds, try again to convince authorities of what lurked in those forests, and likely be dismissed as completely unstable. Or I could keep the knowledge to myself, return to work after my mandatory leave, and pretend I'd accepted the official explanation of events. Neither option addressed the fundamental reality. People would continue hiking those trails, camping in those forests, unaware of what waited in the darkness between trees. As I contemplated this impossible dilemma, a sound from outside caught my attention. A familiar, not quite human singing, drifting through my open window despite being 15 floors up. I approached the window slowly, dreading what I might see. The street below was empty, but across the gap between buildings, on the roof of the adjacent apartment complex, stood a tall, pale figure silhouetted against the night sky. It raised one impossibly long arm in what might have been a greeting, or a promise. I slammed the window shut and drew the blinds, but the singing continued, seeping through walls and glass with impossible clarity. They had found me. Or perhaps, as Dr. Wells suggested, they had never lost track of me at all. Dawn was still hours away, and I knew with terrible certainty that I wouldn't survive until morning if I remained. I packed essentials in shaking haste: clothes, the journal, my service weapon, and fled my apartment, the inhuman singing following me all the way to my car. As I drove through the sleeping city, a decision crystallized. I couldn't run forever. I couldn't convince authorities. But I could return to those mountains armed with knowledge and preparation. Not to fight creatures that bullets couldn't harm, but to document, to gather irrefutable evidence of their existence. If I succeeded, others might be warned, protected from Sam's fate and whatever had befallen the Thompsons. If I failed, well, at least I'd face the darkness on my own terms. The singing faded as city lights gave way to rural darkness, but I knew it was only a temporary reprieve. They were patient hunters, and I had been marked as their prey. The real question wasn't whether I would encounter them again, but whether I would survive the encounter with my humanity intact. As Mount Pilchuck's silhouette appeared on the horizon, I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Whatever awaited me in those woods, I was done running. It was time to face the darkness, and whatever watched from within it. 19 years have passed since that night on Mount Pilchuck. 19 years since I faced what waited in those woods, armed with desperate courage and the knowledge gleaned from Dr. Wells in the mysterious journal. I survived, obviously. But survival came at a cost I'm still calculating. After fleeing my apartment that night, I didn't immediately return to the mountain as I'd planned. Self-preservation overrode vengeance or justice. Instead, I disappeared. Abandoned my career, my home, my identity. For 3 years, I moved constantly, staying nowhere longer than a few months, working odd jobs for cash. The singing followed me. Not every night, but often enough to prevent settling. I'd hear it outside motel windows in Arizona, through thin walls of apartments in Florida, echoing across parking lots in Maine. Sometimes accompanied by glimpses of tall, pale figures at forest edges or reflected in windows. They were tracking me, but not attacking, playing some longer game I couldn't comprehend. In my 4th year of running, the journal disappeared from my backpack while I slept in a Denver hostel. The next morning, the singing stopped. The watching stopped. For the first time since Mount Pilchuck, I felt truly alone. It should have been a relief. Instead, the silence was more terrifying than the pursuit had been. What had changed? Why had they lost interest? 3 weeks later, I saw the news report. 4 hikers missing near Mount Pilchuck, last seen by a ranger who described them as heading toward the summit lake despite warnings about the area. The same location, the same pattern. I knew then what I had to do. They hadn't stopped hunting, they'd simply found new prey. And I couldn't allow more people to vanish while I hid across the country. I returned to Washington under a new name, rented a cabin near the base of the mountain, and began my vigil. Not as a rescuer this time, but as a guardian and documentarian. For 15 years now, I've maintained my watch. I can't prevent all disappearances. The forest is vast, and I am one man growing older. But I've developed systems, methods of tracking their activity and warning hikers away from active hunting grounds. I've documented dozens of circular clearings that appear overnight, recorded the singing when it echoes through the valleys, photographed the tall figures when they emerge at dusk, though the images always develop blurry or distorted. Most importantly, I've saved lives. Not as many as I've lost, but enough to justify the lonely existence I've chosen. Enough to honor Sam's memory and all the others taken by what hunts these woods. The locals think I'm eccentric but harmless, the strange old man who posts warning signs that rangers promptly remove, who approaches hiking groups with earnest concerns about dangerous trail conditions ahead. Some listen, many don't. I can only do so much. 3 years ago, something unexpected happened. A young woman arrived at my cabin, soaked from rain and trembling with exhaustion. She introduced herself as Mara Thompson, daughter of David and Rebecca, the couple whose disappearance had started everything. "You're Ethan Crowley," she said, not a question. "The search and rescue officer who looked for my parents." I didn't deny it, though I hadn't used that name in years. She was 22, had been only 3 when her parents vanished. Raised by grandparents, she'd grown up with the mystery of their disappearance like a shadow over her life. Upon reaching adulthood, she'd begun her own investigation, tracking down everyone connected to the case. "Everyone says you lost your mind," she told me bluntly. "Claimed monsters took them. Is that why you're here? To meet the crazy man?" "No." She held out a familiar leather-bound journal. "I'm here because of this. It arrived on my doorstep last month." The journal had found its next keeper. Mara stayed. Despite my protests, my warnings about the danger, she refused to leave. She had her parents' determination, and I feared their fate awaiting her if she remained. But I couldn't force her to go, and truthfully, after 15 years of solitude, I welcomed the company. We developed a partnership of sorts. Her fresh perspective and technological skills complemented my field experience. Together, we expanded the documentation, created mapping systems to track circular clearing appearances, and established an anonymous website to warn hikers of dangerous areas without sounding like conspiracy theorists. And we searched. Not for her parents, we both knew they were long gone, but for answers. What were these entities? Why did they take some people and kill others? Where did they come from, and where did they take their victims? Slowly, we've pieced together a theory. The circular clearings aren't just hunting grounds, they're doorways. Temporary thinnings in the barrier between our world and somewhere else. The entities create these doorways, use light and sound to lure humans, then take them through before the doorway closes at dawn. Those who witness a taking but aren't taken themselves become marked, tracked, observed, like I was. Most eventually disappear. I'm an anomaly, having survived this long. Why? I believe it's because I serve a purpose in their incomprehensible design. By driving me to vigilance, they ensure I warn away most potential victims while still allowing them occasional successful hunts. A conservation method, perhaps, sustainable harvesting of human prey. It's a chilling thought being used as their unwitting gatekeeper. But if the alternative is more deaths, more disappearances, I accept the role. Mara and I have documented nearly 200 disappearances connected to these entities across the Pacific Northwest since record-keeping began in the 1930s. The actual number is likely much higher. Their hunting grounds extend beyond Mount Pilchuck, though this area remains their primary territory. We've had close encounters, of course. 3 years ago, Mara was nearly taken when she ventured too close to a fresh clearing at dusk. I arrived barely in time, wielding UV floodlights that seemed to cause them pain or disorientation. We escaped, but not before one of them touched her, left a perfect hexagonal mark on her forearm that hasn't faded. Since then, she sometimes hears the singing when I don't. Sometimes sees them in daylight when they should be dormant. The mark is changing her, slowly, in ways neither of us fully understand or can prevent. Last week, I found her standing in our cabin doorway at 3 a.m., staring into the forest, humming that same inhuman melody I've heard so many times. When I touched her shoulder, she turned with momentary confusion, her eyes seeming darker and deeper than they should be. Time is running out for her, I think, for both of us. Which brings me to why I'm finally recording this account. For 19 years, I've documented everything except my own story, concerned that personal testimony would undermine the objective evidence we've gathered. But Mara convinced me that the human element matters, that future investigators need to understand not just what these entities do, but how it feels to encounter them. The psychological impact, the lingering effects. So here it is, the full account of what happened on July 15, 2006, and everything that followed. I've included copies of our research, photographs, sound recordings, and mapping data. Not all of it will survive. These entities have ways of erasing evidence of their existence, but perhaps enough will remain to help those who come after us. Because Mara and I won't be here much longer. Her transformation is accelerating. Soon she'll be gone, either taken by them or becoming something like them, and I'm too old and tired to start over elsewhere, to spend another decade running or hiding. So we've made a decision. Tomorrow night we're going to enter one of the clearings when it's active. Not to fight. We've learned they can't be defeated by any weapons we possess. But to follow. To see where they take their victims. To learn, finally, what exists on the other side of those doorways. It's a one-way journey. I harbor no illusions about returning. But after 19 years of watching from the threshold, it's time to step through. To anyone who finds this account, the entities are real. They hunt in these woods, and others like them across the world. They take people, and those taken never return as themselves. If you hear singing in the forest at night, if you find perfect circles of flattened vegetation, if you glimpse something tall and pale moving between trees, run. Don't look back. Don't try to understand or document or fight. Just run, and pray they don't mark you as I was marked. For what it's worth, I don't regret the path I've walked since that night in 2006. I've saved lives. I've preserved some measure of truth. I've honored Sam's memory and all the others lost to the darkness between trees. And tomorrow, finally, I'll have answers, even if I never get to share them. This is Ethan Crowley, former search and rescue officer, signing off for the last time. If you're reading this, I'm already gone. Remember what I've told you. Stay out of the woods at night. And if you ever find a leather-bound journal on your doorstep with no explanation, burn it before you open it. Some knowledge isn't worth the price. Editor's note. The above document was found in an abandoned cabin near Mount Pilchuck State Park in Washington on April 3, 2025. No trace of Ethan Crowley or Mara Thompson has been discovered. The referenced research materials, photographs, and recordings mentioned in the text were not located with the manuscript. Local authorities have no record of anyone matching Crowley's description living in the area, and the cabin's legal owner has been deceased for 12 years. The Washington State Department of Natural Resources notes that Mount Pilchuck has one of the highest rates of hiker disappearances in the state, though they attribute this to treacherous terrain and harsh weather conditions rather than any supernatural cause. This document is being preserved for archival purposes only and should not be considered factual without corroborating evidence. The text message arrived on a Tuesday evening as I sat reviewing quarterly reports in my apartment. It was from Jack, someone I hadn't spoken with in nearly 6 months. Annual camping trip, this weekend. You in? I stared at those words longer than necessary, memories of our previous excursions flooding back. The 6 of us, Jack, Irene, Vincent, Kimberly, Owen, and myself, had been taking these trips since college. But after what happened last year, I had silently hoped the tradition might quietly dissolve. Who else is coming? I typed back. Everyone, even Vincent. I hesitated. Vincent and I hadn't spoken since our argument last time. The thought of spending 3 days in the wilderness with him made my stomach tighten. Where are we going? I asked. New spot. Bradbury State Forest. Remote section just open to the public. Pristine. Remote was putting it mildly. I searched for information online and found almost nothing beyond basic park boundaries and regulations. According to the limited details available, the eastern section had been closed for decades due to environmental concerns before quietly reopening this spring. Need an answer by tomorrow, Jack added, leaving Friday morning. I should have said no. Every rational thought urged caution. But something else, perhaps nostalgia, perhaps the monotony of my current routine, made my fingers type the response I would come to regret. Count me in. The weather forecast predicted clear skies and moderate temperatures, ideal camping conditions. I packed methodically Thursday night. Thermal sleeping bag, waterproof boots, extra socks, water purification tablets, first aid kit, compass, portable charger, and a heavy-duty flashlight with spare batteries. Experience had taught me to prepare for contingencies, particularly when venturing into unfamiliar territory. I slept poorly that night, troubled by fragmented dreams of darkness and distant voices calling my name. When my alarm sounded at 5 a.m., I was already awake, staring at the ceiling, questioning my decision. We assembled at Jack's house at 6:30 a.m., loading gear into 2 SUVs under a sky still tinged with the remnants of night. Vincent and I exchanged curt nods but no words. The tension remained palpable, unspoken, but acknowledged by everyone present. You look terrible, Irene observed as she helped me secure my backpack to the roof rack. Rough night? Just work stress, I lied. I couldn't articulate the growing unease that had settled in my chest, the inexplicable sense that we were making a grave error. Jack distributed laminated maps marked with our destination, a clearing approximately 4 miles from the nearest access road. Cell reception will be spotty at best, he warned. We stay together, follow the trail, and we'll be fine. The drive took nearly 3 hours, small talk gradually fading as we left the highway for increasingly narrow roads. Owen attempted to maintain conversation, sharing anecdotes about his new job. But even his typically infectious enthusiasm waned as we turned onto an unmarked gravel path that jolted us mercilessly for the final 20 minutes. This can't be right, Kimberly muttered, consulting her GPS. There's nothing on the map here. Trust me, Jack insisted. The ranger I spoke with gave explicit directions. We parked where the road became impassable, unloading in silence. The forest loomed before us, dense and uninviting. Ancient trees blocked much of the sunlight, creating a premature dusk beneath their canopy. The air hung heavy with moisture and the musty scent of decomposing vegetation. As we shouldered our packs and prepared to depart, I noticed Owen examining a weathered sign partially obscured by overgrowth. He brushed aside the vines, revealing faded text. Bradbury State Forest, Eastern Sector, authorized personnel only. Below this, barely legible. Closed to public access by order of State Conservation Department. Jack, Owen called, pointing to the sign. When did you say this area opened to the public? Jack approached, studied the sign briefly, and shrugged. Must be outdated. The ranger was clear. This section is open now. Probably haven't updated all the signage yet. I should have insisted we turn back then. We all should have. Instead, we followed Jack into the trees, leaving behind the last vestiges of civilization and entering a realm that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of our ordinary world. The trail, if it could be called that, was barely discernible, a slightly less overgrown path winding between massive trees that must have stood for centuries. We walked in single file, Jack leading with map in hand, Vincent bringing up the rear. No one spoke much. The forest absorbed sound in a way that made conversation feel like an intrusion. An hour into our hike, I realized what was bothering me. The silence. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the sound of our breathing and footfalls on damp earth. Anyone else notice how quiet it is? I finally asked, unable to contain my discomfort any longer. Probably just time of day, Jack responded without turning around. Animals might be less active right now. But I knew that wasn't true. Forests are never truly silent during daylight hours regardless of the time. Something was keeping the wildlife at bay. We reached the clearing shortly after noon, having paused only briefly for water and energy bars. The open space appeared almost perfectly circular, roughly 50 yards in diameter, surrounded by trees so tall they seemed to bend inward at the top, creating the unsettling impression of being at the bottom of a well. "This is it," Jack announced, dropping his pack and stretching. "Home for the next 2 nights." I surveyed our surroundings with growing apprehension. Unlike natural clearings formed by fallen trees or differential growth, this space appeared deliberately created. The ground was unusually level, covered with short, uniform grass, unlike the varied undergrowth of the surrounding forest. At the center stood a circle of stones, blackened as though from countless fires. "Someone's been here before," Kimberly observed, examining the stone circle. "Recently, too." "Probably other campers," Jack suggested. "The ranger mentioned this is becoming a popular spot." Vincent snorted derisively. "Popular? We haven't seen a single human footprint since we entered this forest." "Let's just set up camp," Irene intervened, clearly sensing the building tension. "It'll be dark in a few hours." We each selected spots for our tents, establishing a rough perimeter around the stone circle. As I hammered stakes into surprisingly resistant ground, I noticed something odd about the trees at the edge of the clearing. Their trunks were marked with shallow vertical grooves, evenly spaced, too uniform to be natural. I approached one of the trees, running my fingers along the markings. They were definitely man-made, cut deliberately into the bark. Some appeared fresh, others had partially healed. "Hey guys," I called. "Come look at this." Owen joined me first, followed by Irene and Kimberly. Jack and Vincent continued setting up their tents, pointedly ignoring each other. "What do you make of these?" I asked, indicating the grooves. Owen examined them closely. "Could be trail markers?" "All the way around the clearing?" Kimberly questioned. "And why not just use paint blazes like normal trails?" I stepped back, taking in the broader pattern. The marks encircled the entire clearing, creating what almost looked like... "It's a boundary," Irene whispered, as though reading my thoughts. "Like someone was marking territory." "Or keeping something out," I added, immediately regretting my words when I saw the concern flash across their faces. "Or keeping something in," Owen muttered. We finished setting up camp in uneasy silence. By unspoken agreement, no one mentioned the tree markings to Jack or Vincent. As daylight began to fade, we gathered wood for a fire, staying within sight of the clearing at all times. The flames provided welcome warmth as temperature dropped rapidly after sunset. We arranged ourselves around the fire, cooking freeze-dried meals and making stilted conversation that repeatedly lapsed into tense silence. "So," Jack finally addressed the group, "who's up for exploring tomorrow? There's supposed to be an old fire lookout tower about 2 miles north." No one immediately volunteered. I stared into the flames, listening to the wood crackle and pop. "I think I'll stay at camp," Irene decided. "Maybe do some reading." "Same," Kimberly agreed. Vincent looked at Jack with apparent skepticism. And you know about this tower how? The ranger mentioned it, Jack replied defensively. Said it offers amazing views of the valley. The same ranger who told you this area was officially open to the public? I couldn't help asking. Jack's expression hardened. What are you implying? Nothing, I backpedaled, unwilling to escalate tensions further. Just wondering how reliable the information is. I'll go, Owen offered, ever the peacemaker. Could be interesting. Jack nodded appreciatively. Anyone else? After a moment's hesitation, I agreed to join them. Better to keep an eye on Jack than let him lead Owen off alone. As darkness fully engulfed the forest, our conversation dwindled. The fire cast dancing shadows against the surrounding trees, creating the disconcerting illusion of movement just beyond the light's reach. Periodically, I thought I glimpsed something shifting between the trunks. A darker patch among shadows, moving with deliberate slowness. Did you see that? I whispered to Irene, who sat closest to me. See what? She asked, following my gaze. I thought I saw something moving over there. I pointed toward a particularly dense section of trees. Irene squinted into the darkness. Probably just shadows from the fire. But I wasn't convinced. As the night progressed, the sensation of being watched intensified. Every unexplained sound, a distant snap of branches, the rustle of leaves without discernible wind, heightened my awareness of our vulnerability. One by one, we retired to our tents, agreeing to reconvene at first light. I lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish normal nocturnal activities from potential threats. When I finally drifted into uneasy sleep, my dreams were filled with shadowy figures circling our camp, their elongated forms moving with inhuman grace between the marked trees. I awoke to hushed, urgent voices outside my tent. Daylight filtered through the nylon fabric, indicating it was well past dawn. I checked my watch. 7:45 a.m. I had slept longer than intended. Emerging from my tent, I found Kimberly and Irene huddled in conversation near the remnants of our fire. Their expressions immediately put me on alert. What's wrong? I asked, approaching them. Kimberly glanced around before responding. Owen's gone. What do you mean, gone? The fog of sleep instantly cleared from my mind. His tent's empty, Irene explained. Sleeping bag's still there, but no Owen, and his boots are missing. Maybe he went to use the bathroom, I suggested, though the uneasy feeling in my stomach suggested otherwise. That's what we thought an hour ago, Kimberly replied. Jack and Vincent are out looking for him now. I processed this information, scanning the perimeter of our camp. Did anyone hear anything during the night? Both women shook their heads. I slept through till about 6:30, Irene said. When I got up, his tent was already empty. I'm going to help search, I decided, returning to my tent for boots and jacket. Which direction did Jack and Vincent go? Jack went north, Vincent east, Kimberly informed me. They agreed to stay within shouting distance of camp. I chose to head west, following a faint path that led deeper into the forest. The morning air was unusually cold for the season, carrying an earthy scent tinged with something less pleasant. A subtle hint of decay that made breathing deeply uncomfortable. 20 minutes into my search, I discovered a narrow stream cutting through the underbrush. The water ran clear and swift over smooth stones. Following it upstream, I noticed something unnatural among the rocks. A flash of color that didn't belong in this environment. Drawing closer, I identified a plastic water bottle, the kind Owen had packed. It lay wedged between two boulders, partially submerged. I retrieved it, examining the exterior for clues. Owen's initials were marked on the bottom with permanent marker, confirming it was his. More concerning than the bottle itself were the marks on its surface, deep scratches that looked like desperate attempts to grip the smooth plastic. Whatever had happened here, Owen had not discarded the bottle voluntarily. I continued upstream with renewed urgency, scanning the ground for footprints or disturbed vegetation. Approximately 50 yards further, the stream widened into a small pool beneath an outcropping of rock. The water here was darker, murkier. Something on the far bank caught my attention, a shoe print in the soft mud, larger than would be made by any of our group. I approached cautiously, crouching to examine it more closely. The impression was deep, suggesting considerable weight, but its shape was oddly elongated, with what appeared to be only 4 toe marks instead of 5. As I studied the print, a sound from above made me freeze, a soft scraping noise like something heavy being dragged across stone. I looked up slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. The rocky outcropping formed a shallow cave, its entrance partly concealed by hanging vines. From within that darkness, I detected subtle movement, a shifting of shadows that suggested something substantial lurked just beyond sight. Instinct took over. I backed away slowly, maintaining visual contact with the cave entrance while creating distance. When I judged myself far enough away, I turned and moved with controlled urgency back toward camp, resisting the impulse to run blindly through unfamiliar terrain. I had nearly reached the clearing when I heard voices. Jack and Vincent, their tones agitated. Following the sound, I found them at the northeastern edge of our campsite, examining something on the ground. "Find anything?" I called as I approached. Both men startled at my voice, turning with expressions that immediately heightened my concern. "What is it?" I demanded, joining them. Jack pointed wordlessly to a patch of disturbed earth. At first, I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, a depression approximately 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, surrounded by scattered leaves and broken twigs. Then understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. "Is that—" I couldn't finish the sentence. "Looks like someone was dragged," Vincent confirmed, his typically confident voice now uncertain. "Recently, too. The soil's still loose." "It's probably not related to Owen," Jack insisted, though his expression betrayed his doubt. "Could be animals." "I found his water bottle," I said, producing the scratched container from my pocket. "By a stream west of here. And there was something else, a footprint. Not human, at least not entirely." Jack took the bottle, examining the scratches. "We need to find him, now." "We need to get out of here," Vincent countered. "Get help. Professional search and rescue." "We can't leave him," Jack argued. "We might not have a choice," I interjected. "Whatever made that print, whatever dragged something or someone through here, it's still out there. I think I saw it, or part of it, hiding in a cave by the stream." Kimberly and Irene had joined us during this exchange, their faces paling as they grasped the situation. "What did you see exactly?" Irene asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I hesitated, struggling to articulate what had been more sensation than clear observation. "Just movement, something large, watching from the shadows." "This is insane," Kimberly stated flatly. "People don't just disappear." "They do in remote forests," Vincent countered grimly. "All the time." Jack ran his hands through his hair, clearly wrestling with indecision. "Here's what we do. We search for 1 more hour, all of us together. If we don't find Owen by then, we pack up and hike out for help." No one objected to this plan. Safety in numbers seemed our best defense against whatever threat lurked among the trees. We moved as a unit, calling Owen's name at regular intervals, the sound echoing eerily through the unnaturally silent forest. Jack led us toward the stream where I'd found the water bottle, each of us scanning constantly for signs of movement among the trees. The daylight, which should have provided reassurance, instead heightened the strangeness of our surroundings. The forest appeared different somehow. The distances between trees seemed to shift when viewed peripherally, creating the unsettling impression that the landscape itself was subtly reorganizing when not directly observed. "There's the stream," I indicated as we approached the water. Jack examined the area methodically, identifying partial footprints that matched our hiking boots, likely mine from earlier, alongside less distinct impressions that defied easy categorization. "Show me where you saw the cave," he requested. I led the group upstream, anxiety mounting as we neared the pool. The muddy bank where I'd seen the strange footprint had been disturbed further, with multiple impressions now visible, some resembling the elongated shape I'd noted earlier, others seeming more conventionally human. "Look," Vincent pointed. "Those could be Owen's boot prints." He was right. Among the chaotic pattern of impressions were clear treads matching the hiking boots Owen had been wearing. "So he was here," Kimberly concluded. What happened next? I indicated the rocky outcropping above the pool. "I think something was watching me from up there." We approached the formation cautiously. In daylight, the cave entrance appeared less ominous, a shallow depression rather than the yawning void it had seemed earlier. Jack produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the interior. The space extended perhaps 15 feet into the rock, narrowing toward the back. The floor was relatively flat, covered with dried leaves and small animal bones, normal detritus for a wilderness shelter. But against the rear wall lay something distinctly unnatural, a tattered backpack. "That's not Owen's," Irene observed immediately. "His was green. This one's blue." Jack entered the cave despite our protests, retrieving the backpack with careful movements. Outside, he examined it thoroughly before opening the main compartment. The contents were sparse, but revealing. A damaged compass, a half-empty water bottle, a moldering sandwich wrapped in plastic, and a small notebook with a waterproof cover. Most telling was the driver's license in the side pocket, issued to Gregory Wilson, age 28, from Portland. "Check the date on the license," Vincent suggested. Jack examined it, his expression growing more troubled. "Issued 3 years ago." "So someone else has been out here," Kimberly reasoned. "Recently enough that the food hasn't completely rotted." Jack opened the notebook, scanning the first few pages. "It's a journal," he announced. "Last entry dated 10 days ago." We gathered closer as Jack read aloud. "Day 4 in Bradbury. Still no sign of wildlife larger than insects. The silence is unnerving. Camp established in circular clearing approximately 4 miles from access road. Strange markings on trees surrounding clearing. Appear man-made but purpose unclear. We'll investigate further tomorrow." Jack turned the page and continued. Day 5. Discovered what appears to be primitive camping site in clearing. Stone circle. Evidence of past fires. More concerning are additional markings found on trees extending in concentric circles outward from clearing. These are definitely not trailblazes or forestry markings. Some appear extremely old, others fresh. Someone or something is maintaining them regularly. The next entry was notably shorter. Day 6. Not alone here. Observed movement among trees at dusk. Too tall for human, too deliberate for animal. Maintaining distance but definitely watching. We'll relocate camp tomorrow. Jack turned another page. Day 7. Found unusual tracks near stream west of clearing. Whatever made them walks upright but foot structure unlike anything I recognize. Attempted photographs but camera malfunctioning. No coincidence that electronic equipment failing since yesterday. Watch stopped. GPS dead. Going to try reaching access road tomorrow. The final entry consisted of a single line, the handwriting noticeably less steady. They're closing in. Markings not to keep something out. To keep something in. Silence descended as Jack closed the notebook. The implications were impossible to ignore. "We need to leave," Vincent stated firmly. "Now." For once, no one disagreed. We turned to retrace our steps to camp, moving with greater urgency than before. As we approached the clearing, Kimberly suddenly gasped, pointing toward the trees. "There! Did you see that?" We followed her gesture but saw nothing unusual. "Something tall," she insisted. "Just for a second, between those 2 pines." "Let's just get our gear and go," Jack decided, leading us into the clearing. We packed with frantic efficiency, dismantling tents and stowing equipment in record time. No one ventured alone even to retrieve items from their individual campsites. Within 20 minutes, we were ready to depart. "Which way?" Irene asked, scanning the perimeter nervously. Jack consulted his map and compass. "South, same way we came in." "Wait," I interrupted. "What about Owen? We can't just leave him." The question hung in the air, weighted with impossible ethical calculations. Finally, Vincent spoke. "We're no help to him if we all end up missing too. We get out, get professional help, and bring them back for Owen." His logic was sound, but the decision felt like betrayal nevertheless. With heavy hearts, we shouldered our packs and headed south, toward what we hoped was safety. The forest seemed to resist our departure. Paths that should have been familiar appeared altered. Landmarks we had noted on our inbound journey mysteriously absent or displaced. Jack checked his compass obsessively, his confusion growing with each reading. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered after our third hour of walking. "We should have reached the service road by now." Vincent examined the compass himself, tapping the face with mounting frustration. "It's malfunctioning. Needles spinning." "Like in the journal," Kimberly noted, voicing what we all were thinking. We paused to drink water and assess our situation. The day was advancing, shadows lengthening as afternoon progressed toward evening. The prospect of spending another night in these woods filled me with dread. "We keep moving," Jack decided. "South by the sun. We have to hit a boundary eventually." As we prepared to continue, a sound echoed through the trees. A distant, agonized cry that might have been a name or a plea, or merely the wind distorted by the acoustic properties of the forest. We froze, straining to identify its source. "That came from behind us," Irene whispered. "Owen?" Kimberly suggested hopefully. The sound came again, clearer this time, unmistakably human, unmistakably distressed, and unmistakably Owen's voice. "Help! Anyone!" Jack immediately dropped his pack. "That's him. We have to go back." "Wait!" Vincent grabbed his arm. "Think about this. We've been walking for hours. That sound should be miles behind us." "So we've been going in circles," Jack snapped. "All the more reason to respond." "Or something's mimicking his voice," I suggested quietly. "Drawing us back." The possibility hung in the air like poison gas, contaminating our hope with paralyzing doubt. The cry came a third time, closer now, accompanied by the distinct sound of undergrowth being disturbed, something large moving rapidly through the trees. "Run," Vincent said simply. We abandoned any pretense of methodical navigation, fleeing southward with desperate speed. The terrain fought us every step. Hidden roots threatened to trip us, low branches whipped at our faces, thorny undergrowth tore at our clothing. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew steadily louder, crashing vegetation, snapping branches, and occasionally, horrifically, Owen's voice calling for help in increasingly distorted tones. I risked a glance backward and immediately wished I hadn't. A figure moved among the trees perhaps 50 yards behind, tall and lean, its proportions subtly wrong, its movements too fluid for a human frame. I couldn't distinguish features, just an impression of unnatural height and purpose. "Don't look back!" I gasped to the others. "Keep moving!" We pushed harder, abandoning any hope of maintaining direction beyond a way. Lungs burning, muscles screaming with exertion, we crashed through the forest like panicked deer. Abruptly, Jack, who had taken the lead, skidded to a halt. We nearly collided with him, struggling to understand why he had stopped until we saw what lay ahead. A sheer rock face rising 30 feet, forming an impassable barrier. "No," Irene moaned. "No, no, no." "This way." Jack pointed left, following the cliff face. "There has to be a way around." We followed, the sounds of pursuit momentarily fading. The cliff curved gradually, leading us westward instead of south. After several hundred yards, the formation broke, revealing a narrow fissure in the rock, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. "In here," Jack directed, already shifting to enter the gap. One by one, we followed, scraping against rough stone as we edged into the crevice. The passage extended perhaps 20 feet before opening into a small grotto surrounded by high stone walls. The space offered concealment, but also a potential trap, only one way in or out. We huddled in the deepest part of the recess, breathing heavily, listening for signs of our pursuer. Minutes passed in tense silence. "Do you think we lost it?" Kimberly whispered eventually. Before anyone could respond, a shadow fell across the entrance to our hiding place. Something large was moving outside the fissure, blocking the limited light that penetrated our refuge. We pressed ourselves against the rear wall, scarcely daring to breathe. A sound reached us. Not footsteps exactly, but a subtle shifting of weight on stone. Then, most terrifying of all, a low vocalization unlike anything I had ever heard. Part whisper, part growl, with the unmistakable cadence of attempted speech. It knew we were here. It was trying to communicate. The shadow at the entrance shifted, elongated fingers probing into the narrow gap, testing whether the space would accommodate its frame. Finding the passage too constricted, the appendage withdrew. We remained frozen, uncertain whether the entity had departed or was simply waiting for us to emerge. As daylight gradually dimmed, the question became increasingly academic. We would eventually need to leave our sanctuary or face spending the night without shelter, food, or adequate water. "We wait until full dark," Jack whispered. "Then make a break for it. It might have more trouble tracking us at night. Or it might have perfect night vision," Vincent countered grimly. "We don't know what we're dealing with." "We can't stay here indefinitely," I pointed out. In the end, necessity dictated our decision. As night fell completely, we prepared to venture out, agreeing to move as silently as possible and stay together at all costs. Jack would lead, followed by Kimberly, Irene, myself, and Vincent bringing up the rear. We would head due south again, using the stars for navigation since our compass had proven unreliable. One by one, we squeezed back through the fissure, emerging into a forest transformed by darkness. The canopy blocked most starlight, leaving us in near total blackness. We moved by touch more than sight, maintaining contact with the person ahead through a hand on shoulder or backpack. Progress was agonizingly slow, each step taken with excruciating care to avoid creating noise. The forest had fallen into its nighttime rhythm, punctuated by occasional rustling or distant calls of nocturnal creatures. The resumed presence of normal wildlife sounds provided small comfort. Perhaps our pursuer had indeed moved on. We had been moving for perhaps 30 minutes when Vincent suddenly gripped my shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. The halt propagated forward through our human chain until we all stood motionless. "Listen," Vincent breathed against my ear. At first I heard nothing unusual. Then, faintly but unmistakably, came the sound of rhythmic movement through the forest, not directly behind us, but paralleling our course some distance to our right. "It's flanking us," I realized aloud. The night suddenly seemed alive with subtle sounds. Movement from multiple directions, as though we were being encircled by several entities moving with coordinated purpose. "Change direction," Jack whispered from ahead. "Left. 90 degrees. We adjusted our course, moving eastward now, hoping to break through whatever pattern was developing around us. For several minutes, the strategy seemed to work. The sounds of pursuit faded slightly. Then Kimberly gasped, "I see light ahead." Indeed, a faint glow was visible through the trees. Not the harsh beam of a flashlight or headlamp, but a softer illumination like distant firelight. "Could be campers," Irene suggested hopefully. "Other people." "Or a trap," Vincent cautioned. "We have to check," Jack decided. "If there are other people, they might help us." We advanced cautiously toward the light source. As we drew nearer, the forest began to look strangely familiar. The spacing of trees, the pattern of undergrowth. With sickening certainty, I realized where we were moments before we broke through the final line of trees into the circular clearing where we had first made camp. The stone circle at the center glowed with embers of a recently abandoned fire, one we had not lit before our departure hours earlier. "This is impossible," Kimberly whispered. "We've been walking away from here all day." Yet the evidence was undeniable. Through some inexplicable distortion of geography or perception, we had returned to our starting point. More disturbing still was what awaited us in the clearing. Our tents, which we had disassembled and packed, stood erected exactly as before. Our gear, which should have been on our backs, lay arranged neatly beside each shelter. And seated on a log beside the glowing embers, his back to us, was a figure we all recognized instantly. Owen. "Owen!" Kimberly called out, relief overwhelming caution as she rushed forward. The rest of us followed more hesitantly, instinctive joy at finding our missing friend tempered by the sheer impossibility of the situation. Owen turned slowly at Kimberly's approach. In the dim light, his features were obscured, but something about his posture seemed wrong. Too rigid, too controlled. "Stop," Vincent warned, grabbing Kimberly's arm before she could reach Owen. "Something's not right." Owen stood, his movements strangely fluid. When he spoke, his voice sounded normal, yet somehow hollow, as if emanating from a recording rather than a living throat. "You came back," he observed. "They said you would." "They?" Jack questioned, taking a half-step backward. "Who's they, Owen?" Owen gestured toward the surrounding forest. "The Watchers, the Keepers. They've been here long before this was a forest reserve. Long before there were roads or towns or boundaries." I studied Owen carefully, noting subtle abnormalities that became more apparent as my eyes adjusted to the low light. His skin had an unusual pallor, and his eyes reflected the firelight differently than they should have. Too bright, too constant. "What happened to you?" I asked quietly. "Where have you been?" "Everywhere in here is the same place," Owen replied with unnerving serenity. "The boundaries are permeable, fluid. They let me understand that." "We need to get out of here," Irene whispered urgently. "All of us. Right now." Owen shook his head slowly. "No one leaves anymore. That's why they make the markings, not to keep something in, but to keep awareness contained. This place is different. Special. It changes you if you stay long enough." "The journal we found," Jack ventured. "Gregory Wilson. Did you meet him?" "Gregory," Owen repeated, as though tasting the name. "Yes. He understood, too, eventually. He's still here, in a manner of speaking." The implications of that statement sent ice through my veins. I scanned the clearing's edge, suddenly certain we were being observed by multiple entities concealed just beyond the firelight's reach. "Owen." Vincent stepped forward, his voice deliberately calm. "We're going to take you home now, back to your family." Something shifted in Owen's expression. A momentary flicker of his former self breaking through whatever had taken hold of him. "Family," he murmured. "I remember. Family." "That's right," Vincent encouraged. "Your parents, your sister, they're waiting for you." Owen's face contorted briefly, genuine distress replacing the unnatural calm. "I can't. They won't let. The boundaries." His words dissolved into incoherence as he clutched his head, swaying slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, Vincent lunged forward, grabbing Owen's arm. "Now! We're leaving now!" Owen's reaction was immediate and horrifying. He straightened with inhuman swiftness, eyes widening to an impossible degree. When he spoke again, his voice had changed completely. Deeper, resonant, layered with multiple tones speaking in unison. "You cannot leave." The words seemed to physically impact us, reverberating through the clearing with such force that we staggered backward. The embers in the stone circle flared suddenly, casting grotesque, elongated shadows across the ground. From the forest surrounding us came movement. Tall, slender figures emerging partially from behind trees, their forms distorted and incomplete, as though reality itself struggled to manifest them properly in our perception. The Watchers, Kimberly breathed. Owen, or whatever now controlled Owen, extended an arm toward the figures. They have maintained this place for millennia. A sanctuary, a crossing point. You have been chosen to understand. Understand what? Jack demanded, his voice cracking with fear and defiance. That reality is malleable. That consciousness can exist beyond your limited perception. That boundaries between worlds are not fixed, but negotiable. As these words echoed through the clearing, the tall figures began a slow, deliberate advance. Their movements were synchronized yet individually distinct, creating a hypnotic visual rhythm that made focusing on any single entity nearly impossible. "Run!" Vincent shouted, breaking the momentary paralysis that had gripped us. We scattered, abandoning any pretense of coordinated escape. I sprinted toward what appeared to be a gap between approaching figures, dimly aware of the others similarly fleeing in different directions. The forest beyond the clearing had transformed once more. Trees that had stood as solid barriers now seemed insubstantial, their positions shifting subtly as I ran. The ground beneath my feet periodically undulated, as though the earth itself had become liquid. Behind me, I heard Kimberly scream, a sound cut short with unnatural abruptness. To my left, Jack's voice called out in confusion, seeming to distort and echo as though passing through some acoustic prism. I ran blindly, lungs burning, branches whipping across my face. The forest appeared to rearrange itself around me, pathways opening and closing without warning, forcing constant course corrections. After what seemed like hours, but might have been minutes, I found myself in a small depression surrounded by dense underbrush. Exhausted and disoriented, I crouched there, struggling to control my breathing as I strained to detect signs of pursuit. The forest had fallen silent again. That same unnatural quiet we had first noticed upon entering Bradbury. No wind stirred the leaves, no animals called. Even the typical sounds of insects had ceased. As my racing heart gradually slowed, rational thought began to reassert itself. My friends were scattered, possibly captured. I had no equipment, no water, no means of navigation. And I was trapped in what increasingly appeared to be some kind of spatial anomaly, where conventional geography had become meaningless. I needed information, understanding, some framework that might help me survive this nightmare and potentially help the others. The journal we had found suddenly seemed crucial. If Gregory Wilson had learned something about this place before he became part of it, as Owen had implied, perhaps his writings contained insights that could prove salvational. Decision made, I began a careful return toward the clearing. Rather than moving directly, I circled widely, approaching from a different angle than my initial flight. The terrain seemed more stable now, as though whatever distortion had affected it earlier had temporarily subsided. As I neared the clearing's edge, I maintained cover behind a massive fallen tree, peering cautiously over its mossy surface. The scene before me defied rational explanation. The clearing now contained a structure that had not been there before. A crude shelter assembled from branches and leaves, yet arranged with geometric precision that no human builder would conceive. Around this shelter moved several figures, including Owen and what appeared to be Irene, though her movements suggested the same unnatural control that had manifested in Owen earlier. Of the tall entities, there was no sign, yet their presence remained palpable, an invisible influence directing the activities in the clearing. Most disturbing was an object at the center of the activity, Gregory Wilson's backpack, its contents spread across a flat stone. The journal lay open, additional pages being filled with fresh writing, Irene's hand moving across the paper with mechanical precision while Owen stood watching. They were documenting something, adding to the record. I needed to retrieve that journal, but direct approach seemed suicidal. I would have to wait for an opportunity. Perhaps nightfall would provide better cover. As I considered options, a twig snapped behind me. I turned slowly, expecting to face one of the watchers. Instead, I found Vincent crouched several yards away, his face scratched and dirty, but his eyes clear and focused. He motioned for silence, then carefully made his way to my position. "Jack and Kimberly?" I whispered when he reached me. Vincent shook his head grimly. "Saw Jack being led back to the clearing about 20 minutes ago. No sign of Kimberly." "What are they?" I asked, indicating the clearing with a slight gesture. "Not sure they're anything we have words for," Vincent replied. "But I found something while running. A structure. Man-made, not like whatever they built there. Concrete foundation, metal door, about half a mile east. Looks like some kind of research station or monitoring post." Hope flickered briefly. "Government? Military?" "Abandoned, but not for long. Equipment inside still looks functional, and there are documents, reports dating back decades about anomalous activity in this sector. That's why it was closed to the public." "The ranger Jack mentioned," I realized. "There probably never was one." Vincent nodded. "He found this place online somehow, information that was never supposed to be public." "We need to get back to that structure," I decided. "If it's man-made, it might offer protection, maybe even communication equipment." "First, we need that journal," Vincent countered, nodding toward the clearing. "And I think I know how to create a diversion." Vincent's plan was simple but dangerous. He would circle around to the opposite side of the clearing and create a disturbance significant enough to draw attention away from the journal. During the confusion, I would dash in, grab the journal and anything else useful, then retreat toward the east where Vincent would rejoin me. Together, we would make for the concrete structure he had discovered. We synchronized our watches and agreed on a 15-minute window for Vincent to get into position. Then, with a silent nod, he disappeared into the underbrush, moving with surprising stealth for someone of his size. I focused on controlling my breathing, mentally rehearsing my route into and out of the clearing. The journal lay approximately 30 yards from my position, an exposed sprint that would leave me vulnerable for crucial seconds. Time crawled by with excruciating slowness. In the clearing, Owen and Irene continued their methodical documentation while Jack sat unnaturally still beside the shelter, his expression vacant, occasionally murmuring words I couldn't distinguish at this distance. As the agreed time approached, I tensed, ready to move at the first sign of Vincent's diversion. Seconds ticked past the appointed moment with no disturbance. 1 minute. 2. I began to fear Vincent had been captured or worse. Then, with startling suddenness, a series of explosions erupted from the far side of the clearing. Not actual detonations, I realized, but the sound of Vincent striking trees with some heavy implement in rapid succession, creating a thunderous barrage that echoed through the forest. The effect on the clearing was immediate. Owen and Irene snapped upright, their movements suddenly jerky and uncoordinated, as though conflicting commands were being transmitted through their bodies. Jack remained seated, but turned his head with robotic precision toward the sound. More significantly, shapes began to materialize at the forest's edge. The tall watchers, now more physically substantial than before, moving with alarming speed toward the source of the disturbance. I didn't waste the opportunity. Launching from my concealment, I sprinted across open ground toward the stone where the journal lay. The sensation of exposure was overwhelming. A certainty that at any moment attention would shift back to the clearing and I would be discovered. Reaching the stone, I snatched up the journal and several loose pages covered with fresh writing. Only then did I notice what had been concealed beneath them. A handheld radio, military grade by the look of it, presumably from Gregory Wilson's original equipment. I grabbed this as well, shoving everything into my shirt before turning to flee eastward as planned. As I spun around, I found myself face to face with Jack, who had risen and moved behind me with terrifying silence. His eyes, once familiar, now reflected the same hollow occupation I had observed in Owen. When he spoke, his voice carried that same layered quality. "You cannot take the knowledge," he stated, reaching for my throat with hands that no longer moved like human appendages. Instinct rather than conscious decision drove my response. I ducked under his grasp and drove my shoulder into his midsection, using his own rigidity against him. Jack toppled backward, his movements uncoordinated, giving me precious seconds to sprint toward the eastern perimeter. I didn't look back as I crashed through the underbrush, focused solely on putting distance between myself and the clearing. The sounds of pursuit were immediate. Crashing vegetation, that distinctive fluid movement that characterized the watchers, and worst of all, voices calling my name in perfect imitations of my friends. Vincent and I had established an emergency rendezvous point, a lightning-struck tree approximately 200 yards from the clearing. I headed there directly, praying he had escaped whatever response his diversion had triggered. To my immense relief, Vincent was already waiting, his breathing heavy, a large branch still clutched in his right hand, the implement he had used to create his percussion-based distraction. "Got it?" he gasped as I approached. I nodded, displaying the journal and radio briefly before continuing past him. "No time. They're right behind me." Together we fled eastward, Vincent leading with confident navigation despite the uniform appearance of the surrounding forest. The sounds of pursuit continued, sometimes seeming to fade only to resurge with alarming proximity moments later. "How much farther?" I managed between labored breaths. "Close," Vincent responded. 2 minutes if we maintain pace." We pushed harder, ignoring burning muscles and the stitch developing in my side. The forest began to thin slightly, indicating some change in the terrain ahead. Then, suddenly, we broke through into a small clearing dominated by a concrete structure approximately the size of a garden shed. Its weathered surface was discolored by years of exposure, but the metal door set into its face appeared solid and recent. Vincent reached it first, yanking the handle. It opened with surprising ease, revealing a dim interior illuminated only by what little daylight penetrated through narrow observation slits in the walls. We ducked inside, Vincent pulling the door closed behind us. A heavy locking mechanism engaged automatically, the solid thunk providing momentary reassurance. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I took in our surroundings. The space was utilitarian. Concrete floor, metal shelving along one wall holding various equipment, a desk with monitoring devices, some powered down, others displaying static-filled screens. "What is this place?" I whispered, though logically there was no need for quiet inside these walls. "Some kind of research outpost," Vincent replied, moving to examine the equipment. "Been monitoring whatever happens in those woods for decades, judging by the paperwork." I extracted the journal and radio from my shirt, placing them on the desk beside what appeared to be a logbook. The most recent entry was dated just 3 weeks earlier, evidence that someone had been maintaining this facility until very recently. "Try the radio," Vincent suggested, continuing his examination of the monitoring equipment. I picked up the device, noting its military-style construction and frequency settings far outside normal civilian bands. With nothing to lose, I activated it and pressed the transmit button. "This is a survivor in Bradbury Eastern Sector," I began, uncertain how to identify myself. "If anyone monitors this frequency, we need emergency extraction. Unknown entities have taken control of several individuals. We are currently sheltering in a concrete monitoring post approximately half a mile east of the main clearing." I released the button, listening for any response. Static crackled from the speaker, occasionally punctuated by electronic tones that didn't correspond to human speech. "Anything useful in the journal?" Vincent asked, giving up on the monitoring equipment and joining me at the desk. I opened Wilson's journal, scanning the most recent entries we hadn't had time to read earlier, then continuing to the pages that had been added today, written in Irene's distinctive handwriting but clearly not originating from her consciousness. The content was disturbing. Detailed descriptions of what the entities called integration, the process by which human awareness was subsumed into their collective consciousness. According to these writings, the forest itself was merely the physical manifestation of a much larger phenomenon, a region where the boundaries between different states of reality had grown thin through some combination of natural factors and deliberate manipulation. "They've been here for centuries," I summarized for Vincent. Using this location as a kind of bridgehead into our reality. They can't leave the forest directly, but they can extend their influence through human proxies who've undergone integration. Like Owen and the others, Vincent concluded grimly. Exactly. And they've been doing this gradually, carefully, to avoid detection. Gregory Wilson wasn't their first victim, just the most recent before us. A sudden impact against the exterior door interrupted our discussion. Something struck the metal surface with tremendous force, leaving a visible dent in the previously solid barrier. They found us, Vincent stated unnecessarily, backing away from the door. Another impact followed, then another, each blow more forceful than the last. The door began to deform inward, the locking mechanism straining against forces it was never designed to withstand. Options? I asked, scanning the room desperately for weapons or alternate exits. Vincent pointed to a hatch in the ceiling I hadn't noticed previously. Roof access, maintenance entry. He dragged a metal cabinet beneath the hatch, climbing up to push it open. Outside light flooded in as the panel swung upward. Go! Vincent urged, offering his interlaced fingers as a step to boost me up. As I scrambled through the opening onto the structure's roof, a final tremendous blow struck the door, tearing it partially from its hinges. Through the gap, I glimpsed elongated figures pressing inward, their forms still resistant to direct perception even in broad daylight. Vincent followed me through the hatch moments later, slamming it closed behind him. The concrete roof offered temporary sanctuary, but no escape route. A 6-foot drop surrounded the structure on all sides, with open ground extending several yards before the forest resumed. Now what? I asked, the hopelessness of our situation becoming increasingly apparent. Before Vincent could respond, the radio I still clutched suddenly crackled to life. Unidentified persons at Bradbury Monitoring Station. This is Containment Team Echo. We have your position. ETA 3 minutes. Seek cover and prepare for extraction. Hope surged through me as I keyed the transmit button. Confirmed. 2 survivors on the roof of the monitoring station. Hostiles currently breaching the structure from below. Understood. Maintain position. Vincent and I exchanged looks of cautious optimism, tempered by awareness that our situation remained precarious. Below us, sounds of destruction indicated the entities had fully penetrated the interior and would likely discover the roof access momentarily. 3 minutes is a long time, Vincent observed, scanning the tree line for any sign of approaching rescue. As if in response to his doubt, a rhythmic thumping sound became audible from the north, the unmistakable percussion of helicopter rotors approaching rapidly. The hatch beneath our feet began to vibrate as something struck it from below. We backed away, moving to the edge of the roof furthest from the access point. The helicopter appeared over the tree line, a black military model without identifying markings. It descended rapidly toward our position, hovering approximately 20 feet above the structure, a rope ladder deployed from the side door dangling within reach. Go! Vincent shouted over the rotor noise, pushing me toward the ladder. I grabbed the lowest rung just as the roof hatch burst open, a grotesquely elongated arm extending upward. Vincent kicked at the appendage before turning to follow me up the ladder. As we climbed, the helicopter began to rise, creating distance between us and the entities now emerging onto the roof. Looking down, I witnessed something I will never be able to adequately describe. The watchers fully visible in daylight, their forms somehow existing in multiple states simultaneously, parts of them solid while others appeared translucent or distorted, as though reality itself rejected their complete manifestation. More disturbing were the human figures emerging behind them. Owen, Jack, Irene, all moving with that same unnatural coordination, their eyes fixed upward with expressions of collective purpose. We reached the helicopter door, pulled inside by efficient hands belonging to personnel in tactical gear. As I collapsed onto a bench seat, exhaustion finally overcoming adrenaline, I caught a final glimpse of the scene below through the open door. The watchers had gathered at the edge of the clearing, their forms now eerily still, watching our departure with what I can only describe as patient certainty. They made no attempt to pursue or interfere, as though confident in some knowledge beyond our comprehension. The door slid closed, sealing us in comparative safety as the helicopter banked sharply away from the forest. A figure in a white lab coat approached, checking us briefly for injuries before administering sedatives without asking permission. As consciousness began to fade, I heard Vincent asking questions I knew would likely never receive truthful answers. "Who are you people? What were those things? How long have you known about them?" The last thing I remember before darkness claimed me was the lab-coated figure's clinical response. "Those are matters of national security, sir. Rest assured, everything that happened in there will be properly contained." I awoke 3 days later in a military medical facility, diagnosed with exhaustion, dehydration, and what my attending physician called stress-induced cognitive dissonance. Vincent was gone, transferred elsewhere, according to the staff who refused to provide additional details. During my 2-week mandatory observation period, I was debriefed repeatedly by individuals who never identified their agency affiliations. I told my story consistently, omitting nothing, watching as they exchanged glances at certain details. They informed me that search parties had found no trace of my missing friends, despite thorough sweeps of Bradbury State Forest. The eastern sector had been permanently closed due to environmental contamination, with security measures implemented to prevent unauthorized access. Upon my eventual release, I was required to sign numerous non-disclosure agreements with penalties severe enough to ensure my silence. My personal electronics had been sanitized of any data related to the trip, including photographs taken before we entered the forest. I returned to my apartment to find my research materials on Bradbury, limited as they had been, completely removed. A final warning came in the form of an unmarked envelope containing a single typed message. "The incident at Bradbury Eastern Sector has been classified. Further investigation or discussion will result in immediate intervention. This is your only notification." That was 6 months ago. I've moved 3 times since then, changing jobs and severing connections with anyone who might associate me with the events I've described. I write this account knowing it may never be read, storing it in fragments across multiple secure platforms. Sometimes I think I see them, tall, elongated figures at the periphery of my vision, gone when I turn to look directly. And occasionally, when the phone rings late at night and I answer to silence, I'm certain I hear breathing with that same layered quality that emanated from my friends after they changed. They're patient, they're watching, and they're spreading beyond the boundaries that once contained them. The worst part isn't the fear or the isolation or even the gnawing uncertainty about what really happened to my friends. It's the growing suspicion that perhaps I didn't escape after all, that something fundamental changed in me during those hours in Bradbury Forest, something still unfolding in ways too subtle to detect until it's far too late. God help us all if what was contained there truly breaks free. This is an encounter I experienced back in the winter of 2013. My parents had just purchased a secluded cabin in the eastern Appalachian Mountains, seeking solitude after decades of urban life. The property sprawled across 7 acres of densely wooded terrain, with a winding gravel driveway that stretched nearly a mile from what locals generously called the main road. Our nearest neighbor lived approximately 2 miles away as a crow would fly, but almost 5 miles by the actual mountain roads. The cabin itself was a sturdy 2-story structure perched on the northern slope of the mountain, with large windows designed to capture the breathtaking valley views. During daylight hours, the panorama was indeed magnificent. As night fell, however, those same windows transformed into black mirrors reflecting only the interior lights, while the surrounding forest disappeared into absolute darkness. My parents had begun the arduous process of relocating from their suburban home. They planned to make several trips to transport their belongings rather than hiring professional movers, partly to save money and partly because the remote location made larger moving trucks impractical on the narrow mountain roads. By mid-January, they had completed about half the move. My father needed to return to the city to finalize some paperwork with his former employer and collect the remaining essentials they'd need for the winter months. My mother had intended to accompany him, but I volunteered to stay at the cabin instead. I was 28 then, between jobs, and thought the solitude might help me reflect on my next career move. "Call us if anything comes up," my father said as he prepared to leave. "Cell reception is spotty, but the landline should work fine." "I'll be back tomorrow evening," my mother added, embracing me before following my father to their truck. "There's plenty of food in the freezer. Just be careful with the generator if the power goes out." I waved from the porch as their headlights disappeared down the winding driveway, watching until the rumble of their engine faded into silence. That was when the true weight of the isolation first settled over me. The wind whispered through the bare tree branches, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called into the gathering dusk. I stepped back inside, securing the deadbolt with an instinctive twist. The evening passed uneventfully. I heated a frozen lasagna, browsed through some old magazines my parents had brought, and eventually settled on the living room couch with my laptop to watch a downloaded movie since the internet connection hadn't yet been established. The cabin's heating system functioned efficiently, but I still maintained a fire in the wood stove more for the comforting ambiance than actual warmth. By 11 o'clock, exhaustion began to overwhelm me. The physical labor of helping my parents move boxes earlier that day, combined with the mountain elevation, left me ready for sleep. I secured the fire screen in front of the dying embers, checked that all doors were locked, and retreated to the first-floor guest bedroom where I'd temporarily set up residence. The room felt particularly peaceful. Moonlight filtered through thin curtains, casting silvery patterns across the simple furnishings. I changed into flannel pajamas, grateful for their warmth, and slipped beneath the heavy quilts. The unfamiliar creaks and settling noises of the cabin briefly kept me alert, but soon my consciousness began to drift. The first knock jolted me from deep sleep. My eyes snapped open as I struggled to orient myself in the unfamiliar darkness. The bedside clock glowed 1:17 a.m. in harsh red digits. I remained motionless, ears straining, wondering if I'd dreamed the sound. Then it came again. 3 distinct knocks against the front door's glass panel. Deliberate, forceful, unmistakable. My mind raced through possibilities. My parents returning unexpectedly, a neighbor with an emergency. But I hadn't heard a car approach, and visitors would surely call ahead given our remote location. The driveway's loose gravel announced vehicles well before they reached the house, and I'd heard nothing. The third series of knocks exceeded the previous in intensity, as though an impatient fist was demanding entry. The sound echoed through the cabin with alarming clarity. I sat upright, heart hammering against my ribs as fear crystallized into certainty. Someone was at the door, and they shouldn't be. I reached for my phone but found no signal. The mountainous terrain blocked reception in my bedroom. The landline sat in the kitchen, requiring me to cross the main living area with its wall of windows facing the front porch. The thought of moving into visibility made my throat constrict with terror. Silence followed the third knock. I waited, lungs burning from held breath, listening for footsteps on the wooden porch, for the metallic sound of someone testing the doorknob. Nothing came except the house's ordinary nighttime sounds, the refrigerator's hum, the occasional crack from the cooling wood stove. 5 minutes passed according to the glowing bedside clock. Then 10. My rational mind began suggesting explanations. A falling branch, an animal, the house settling and changing temperatures. Yet none could account for the deliberate, rhythmic quality of those knocks. I finally gathered enough courage to slide from beneath the covers. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight as I moved to the bedroom door, easing it open just enough to peer down the hallway toward the living room. Moonlight spilled through the front door's glass panels, illuminating a portion of the entryway. No shadows moved across the silvery light. No figure stood visible against the glass. With trembling fingers, I reached for the baseball bat my father had left propped in the corner, a precaution he'd insisted upon that now seemed desperately inadequate. I crept forward, each step carefully placed to minimize noise. The living room gradually came into view, empty, ordinary, bathed in the blue-white glow of moonlight on snow. I approached the front door, bat gripped tightly, and positioned myself to the side of the glass panels where I could glimpse the porch without being immediately visible. The wooden board stretched empty in both directions. Fresh snow covered the steps leading down to the driveway, unmarked by footprints. This detail sent a wave of dread through me more intense than the knocking itself. The pristine snow meant whoever, or whatever, had knocked hadn't approached by conventional means. The only explanation was that someone had traveled through the dense forest, avoiding the driveway entirely, navigating steep terrain in darkness to reach our isolated cabin. I remained vigilant until dawn, positioned in the hallway where I could monitor both the front door and the rear entrance off the kitchen. The baseball bat rested across my knees as I sat with my back against the wall, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin. The knocking never resumed, nor did any other sounds suggest the visitor remained. When the first gray light of morning finally appeared, I performed a careful inspection of the property. The snow around the cabin remained undisturbed except for animal tracks, deer and rabbits primarily. No human footprints marked the approaches to the doors or windows. Nothing appeared disturbed or damaged. Later that afternoon, when my parents returned, I recounted the experience. My father immediately checked the property again, this time venturing further into the woods than I had dared alone. He discovered nothing unusual except for a strange arrangement of broken branches about 50 yards into the forest that he insisted must have been caused by recent heavy snowfall. We installed motion-activated security cameras the following week. For months, I found myself startled awake at night, certain I'd heard knocking again, only to review empty footage the next morning. We never captured anything unusual on the cameras, yet during my subsequent visits to the cabin, I never again stayed there alone. What troubles me most isn't the absence of an explanation, but rather what might have happened had I answered the door. In my darkest moments, I'm grateful for the fear that kept me in bed, listening to those knocks gradually fade into the mountain's vast silence. Some visitors, I've come to believe, aren't meant to be received. Years have passed since that night. My parents still live in that cabin, having never experienced anything similar. Yet whenever I visit, I find myself listening more carefully after darkness falls, and I always check the locks twice before retiring to bed. The mountains keep their secrets well, and some questions are better left unanswered. The gentle hum of civilization faded behind me as I drove deeper into the Navajo Nation territory. Late September in northern Arizona meant perfect hiking weather, cool mornings giving way to comfortable afternoons. I'd been planning this solo expedition for months, meticulously plotting my route through some of the most remote regions of the reservation. My research had taken me through countless forums and backpacking sites. Everyone emphasized obtaining proper permits and respecting the sacred lands, which I'd done. What they mentioned less frequently were the warnings, the ones spoken in hushed tones about staying away from certain areas after dark, about strange noises, about being watched. I dismissed most of it as superstition or typical campfire stories meant to frighten tourists. I'd been backpacking for 15 years across 3 continents. I knew the real dangers of the wilderness: exposure, dehydration, injury. Those were the things that killed you, not folktales. The dirt road narrowed as I approached my destination, the rental SUV bouncing over rocks and ruts. The radio had lost reception an hour ago, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the occasional glimpse of red-tailed hawks circling overhead. The landscape was breathtaking. Towering mesas and deep canyons carved by ancient rivers, juniper and piñon pines dotting the terrain beneath a relentlessly blue sky. I arrived at the trailhead just after noon. The small parking area was empty, confirming what the ranger had told me when I collected my permit. This was low season, and I'd likely have the backcountry to myself. Perfect. The weight of my pack felt reassuring as I adjusted the straps. 65 pounds of carefully selected gear, tent, sleeping bag rated for below freezing temperatures, water filtration system, first aid kit, emergency satellite phone, food for 7 days though I only planned to be out for 5. Always prepare for the unexpected. The trail began gently enough, winding through scrubby desert flora before beginning its ascent toward higher elevations. I checked my topographical map against the GPS coordinates. My goal was to reach a small plateau by nightfall, about 8 miles in. The first few hours passed pleasantly. The solitude was a welcome change from my hectic job in the city. Out here, deadlines and meetings seemed like concepts from another world. I stopped occasionally to photograph interesting rock formations or desert wildflowers, careful to preserve the battery on my camera. Around the 4th mile, I noticed something odd, unusually large animal tracks crossing the trail. They resembled coyote prints, but were significantly larger, almost the size of a wolf's. I paused, studying them. Wolves had been reintroduced to parts of Arizona, but not in this region as far as I knew. Mountain lion, perhaps? The prints seemed canine, though. A cloud passed over the sun, casting the canyon in momentary shadow. For the first time since starting my hike, I felt a slight unease. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp in the sandy soil. Whatever made them had passed through recently. I continued onward, more alert now. The trail grew steeper, requiring more of my attention. By late afternoon, the temperature began to drop as the sun dipped toward the horizon. I quickened my pace, wanting to make camp before darkness fell completely. The plateau appeared ahead just as planned, offering a flat area perfect for pitching my tent. A small overhang nearby would provide shelter if the weather turned. I dropped my pack with relief and began setting up camp with practiced efficiency. As I hammered the last tent stake into the hard ground, I heard it, a sound from the darkening forest edge. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream. Something in between that raised the hair on my arms. Coyotes, I told myself. Just coyotes calling to each other as night approached. But in 15 years of backcountry hiking, I'd never heard coyotes make that sound. I finished securing my camp and started my small cooking stove. As darkness enveloped the plateau, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. Every few minutes I would turn quickly, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever might be watching from the tree line. But there was only darkness and the occasional rustle of wind through juniper branches. That night, I recorded my coordinates and observations in my journal, mentioning the strange tracks and the unusual call I'd heard. I tried to be objective, scientific. This was simply another wilderness experience. But when I finally zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I kept my hunting knife closer than usual. And though I was exhausted from the day's hike, I found it difficult to close my eyes. I awoke to stillness. The pre-dawn light filtered through my tent, casting everything in a bluish glow. Something had pulled me from sleep. Not a sound, but rather the absence of it. The morning birds were silent. Rolling onto my side, I checked my watch. 5:17 a.m. Normally dawn would bring a chorus of songbirds, especially in this ecosystem. Their silence was unnerving. I unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my boots, careful to shake them out first, a habit formed after finding a scorpion in one years ago during a trip in New Mexico. As I laced them, I noticed my breath fogging in the early morning chill. The temperature had dropped more than forecasted overnight. Outside the tent, the plateau was shrouded in thin ground fog that curled around the juniper trees and rocks. Beautiful, but adding to the eerie silence. I reached for my camera only to find the battery completely drained. Strange. I'd charged it fully before leaving and had taken maybe 20 photos yesterday. Moving to the edge of my campsite, I surveyed the surrounding area. The fog limited visibility, but something immediately caught my attention. A circle of disturbed earth around my entire campsite, as if something had paced a perimeter during the night. The tracks were the same as those I'd seen on the trail yesterday, only more numerous, overlapping in places. My skin prickled. Whatever had made those tracks had surrounded my tent while I slept. Studying them more closely, I noticed an odd characteristic. They approached from the north, circled my camp, but never crossed into the area where I'd hung my food bag from a tree limb. Methodically, I photographed the tracks using my phone camera, placing my boot beside them for scale. They measured roughly 5 inches long and 3 inches wide, far too large for a coyote and unusually shaped for a wolf. The pattern of movement suggested an intelligent predator, one that had been observing me. I decided to adjust my itinerary. Instead of pushing deeper into the backcountry as planned, I would stay at this camp for another night, set up trail cameras, and try to identify whatever animal was stalking the area. If it was a predator with unusual behavior, other hikers should be warned. After a quick breakfast, I gathered what I needed for a day hike: water, energy bars, first aid kit, map, compass, knife. I'd scout the immediate area, looking for more signs of the animal. About a half-mile from camp, I found what appeared to be a kill site: scattered feathers from a wild turkey and disturbed ground. But something was off. The feathers were arranged in an almost deliberate pattern, and there were no bones or blood visible. It resembled a hunter's display more than a natural predator's feeding ground. Further on, I discovered a small spring feeding into a clear pool, perfect for replenishing my water supply later. But at the edge of the pool, pushed into the mud, was something that stopped me cold: a small handmade doll fashioned from twigs and sinew, with feathers that matched those from the kill site. I stood absolutely still, listening. This was no animal sign. Someone else was in these woods. The realization hit me with physical force. I wasn't tracking an animal. I was being tracked by a person. Every wilderness instinct screamed danger. I photographed the doll without touching it, then backed away from the spring, scanning constantly for movement. My mind raced through possibilities. A hunter? But it wasn't hunting season. Another hiker playing an elaborate prank? Unlikely in this remote area. A local resident? The nearest dwelling was over 20 miles away according to my maps. As I made my way back to camp, moving as quietly as possible, I noticed other signs I'd missed earlier. Broken branches at consistent heights, small arrangements of stones that couldn't be natural, trail markers of some kind perhaps, all seemingly pointing toward my campsite. I reached the plateau by midday, half expecting to find my tent ransacked. But everything was as I'd left it, with one chilling difference: the perimeter of tracks had been refreshed. Something or someone had circled my camp again while I was away. The satellite phone showed no signal when I tried it. I would need to climb higher for reception. The mesa about 2 miles to the west should work. But something told me leaving my camp again would be dangerous. Whatever was out there seemed to be growing bolder, approaching whenever I was absent. I spent the afternoon reinforcing my campsite, gathering rocks to create a small wall around the tent, fashioning alarms from my cooking gear that would sound if disturbed. I collected extra firewood, building a larger-than-usual campfire. Fire, at least, was a universal deterrent to both animals and humans, with ill intent. As sundown approached, I sat with my back against a large boulder, facing the densest part of the forest edge. The fire crackled reassuringly, pushing back the gathering darkness. I kept my hunting knife on my belt and had a heavy walking stick across my lap. Then, as the first stars appeared overhead, I heard it again, that sound that was neither howl nor scream. But this time it was answered by another, from the opposite direction. There were at least 2 of them out there, and they were coordinating. Night descended fully, bringing with it a penetrating cold that seeped through my layers. The fire cast dancing shadows across the plateau, creating illusory movements at the periphery of my vision. Each time I turned to look, there was nothing there, just darkness beyond the firelight. I checked my watch. 10:42 p.m. The sounds had stopped over an hour ago, but the feeling of being observed had only intensified. I fed more wood into the fire, watching sparks spiral upward toward stars that seemed impossibly bright and distant. The crack of a branch breaking in the forest made me jolt upright. A definite sound, not imagined. I strained to peer into the darkness, gripping my walking stick tighter. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast silence. "I know someone's out there." No response came, but the forest seemed to grow even quieter, as if holding its breath. I stood, moving closer to the fire, its heat at my back. "I'm armed," I announced, which wasn't entirely a lie. My hunting knife and walking stick would provide some defense, at least. Something moved at the edge of the firelight, a shadow detaching itself from the greater darkness. I raised my walking stick defensively. The figure remained just beyond clear visibility, a silhouette that seemed to shift and change as I tried to focus on it. "What do you want?" I demanded, forcing authority into my voice. The figure remained motionless for what felt like minutes. Then, deliberately, it raised an arm and pointed directly at me. A cloud passed over the moon, plunging the plateau into deeper darkness. When it passed, the figure was gone. I spun in a complete circle, scanning the perimeter, but saw nothing. Whatever had been there had vanished without sound. Sleep was out of the question now. I maintained the fire through the night, jumping at every sound. The calls of night birds, the rustle of wind through juniper branches, the occasional distant cry that might have been an animal, or might have been something else entirely. By dawn, exhaustion had taken its toll. My eyes burned and every muscle ached from maintained tension. But I had survived the night without further incident. As light gradually returned to the world, I surveyed my surroundings. The tracks were back, fresh ones, forming that same circular pattern around my camp. But these seemed different somehow. The gait longer, as if whatever made them had been running. And there were marks in the sandy soil that looked disturbingly like human handprints, as if someone had been crawling. I needed to leave. Whatever game was being played, I wanted no further part in it. I began breaking camp efficiently, packing my gear with practiced speed. The original plan had been to spend 5 days in the backcountry, but one night had been enough. I would hike back to the trailhead today, no matter how long it took. As I dismantled my tent, something caught my eye. A small object hanging from a nearby tree branch that hadn't been there the night before. Drawing closer, I saw it was another twig doll, similar to the one I'd found at the spring, but this one had something dark smeared across its surface. The realization of what it was hit me with visceral force. Blood. Still tacky, not fully dried. I abandoned the half-folded tent and grabbed my already packed essentials: water, emergency supplies, phone, and knife. The rest I would leave behind. Weight would only slow me down, and speed now seemed vital. The trail back would take me through a narrow canyon for about 3 miles before opening to wider terrain. I set off at a fast pace, constantly checking over my shoulder. The morning was clear, the sun already warming the desert air, creating a deceptive sense of normalcy. About a mile from camp, I spotted something on the trail ahead. A small pile of stones arranged in a deliberate pattern. I gave it wide berth, cutting through the brush instead of following the trail at that point. My progress was slower, but felt safer somehow. The canyon loomed ahead, its walls rising steeply on either side. I hesitated at its entrance. The confined space would offer little opportunity for evasion if I encountered trouble. But it was the most direct route back, and diverging would mean additional miles through rough terrain. I entered the canyon, moving as quietly as possible while maintaining a brisk pace. The walls narrowed as I progressed, in some places barely 10 feet apart. Shadows clung to the rock face despite the mid-morning sun. Every sound, my footsteps, my breathing, the occasional dislodged pebble, seemed magnified in the enclosed space. Halfway through, I heard it, a scraping sound from above. I pressed myself against the canyon wall, looking up. Against the strip of blue sky visible between the canyon walls, a figure moved, following my progress from above. The silhouette was unmistakably human in basic form, but something about its movement was wrong, too fluid, almost predatory. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran, stumbling over loose rocks, driven by pure instinct. Behind me came that sound again. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, echoing off the canyon walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The canyon widened gradually, offering hope. The trailhead couldn't be more than 5 miles away now. If I could maintain this pace. A flash of movement to my right. Something was paralleling my course, moving through the sparse trees with impossible speed. I caught glimpses only. A dark shape, sometimes upright, sometimes on all fours. Whatever it wasn't alone. Another shadow moved on the left side of the trail. They were hurting me. The realization that I was being deliberately corralled sent a surge of adrenaline through my system. This wasn't random. Whatever or whoever these figures were, they were coordinating, using classic predator tactics. I'd seen wolves do this with elk, coyotes with deer. Never had I imagined being on the receiving end of such a strategy. I stopped abruptly, refusing to be herded further. The trail ahead bent sharply around a large boulder formation, a perfect ambush point. Instead of continuing forward, I veered left, scrambling up a steep scree slope toward higher ground. The loose rock slid beneath my boots, but I clawed my way upward, driven by desperate energy. From above, I could better assess my situation. The trail I'd abandoned continued through increasingly narrow terrain before opening to a small box canyon, exactly where they'd been driving me. A dead end. My change in direction had momentarily confused my pursuers. I caught sight of one figure emerging from behind a juniper thicket, clearly searching. Even from my elevated position, details were difficult to discern. The figure was human-shaped but moved with an awkward, loping gait that reminded me of an injured animal. I had perhaps a minute before they spotted me. Checking my location against my mental map, I realized there was an alternative route back to the trailhead. A game trail that skirted a ridgeline about half a mile east. It would be challenging terrain, but navigable, and more importantly, unexpected. Moving as silently as possible across the ridge, I kept low, using the scattered piñon pines for cover. The sun beat down mercilessly now, and my water supply was running dangerously low. I'd left most of it with my abandoned gear, a decision I now regretted. Below, one of the figures let out that distinctive cry again, quickly answered by another from further away. They'd realized their quarry had escaped the planned route. The hunt would intensify now. I pushed on, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the raw spots forming on my heels. The game trail appeared ahead, faint but discernible, winding around the contour of the ridge before descending toward more level ground. According to my map, it would eventually intersect with an old Forest Service road that led back to the main trailhead. Moving onto the trail provided easier going, but less cover. I maintained a steady jog, conserving energy while putting distance between myself and my pursuers. Their calls had grown more distant, but I couldn't afford to assume I'd lost them. Around midday, the trail descended into a small valley dotted with ancient petroglyph-covered boulders. Under different circumstances, I would have stopped to examine these fascinating artifacts. Now, they only added to my unease. Many depicted what appeared to be elongated human figures with animal features, the ancient Navajo representations of skinwalkers. I paused briefly in the shadow of a large boulder, allowing myself a few precious sips of water. Checking my phone, I still had no service and the battery was at 37%. The satellite phone remained in my abandoned pack, another critical error. I had maybe 6 hours of daylight left and the trailhead was still roughly 8 miles away. Possible, but challenging. A scatter of pebbles from above was my only warning. I dove sideways just as something landed where I'd been sitting. Rolling to my feet, I found myself face to face with one of my pursuers. The figure was human, a man of indeterminate age, dressed in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear similar to my own. His skin was deeply weathered, covered in what appeared to be mud or ash in intricate patterns. But it was his eyes that froze me in place, yellow-green with vertical pupils like a cat's. Contact lenses, I told myself frantically. Had to be. He tilted his head, studying me with unnerving intensity. When he opened his mouth, his teeth appeared filed to points. "You're on sacred ground," he said, his voice rougher than sandpaper. "You shouldn't have come here alone." I backed away slowly, keeping the knife visible. "I have a permit. I'm just passing through." His laugh was dry and hollow. "Permits? Government papers mean nothing here. This land knows who belongs and who doesn't." Without warning, he dropped to all fours in a movement so fluid it barely registered before he was rushing toward me. I slashed with the knife, catching his forearm. He hissed, recoiling, dark blood welling from the wound. I turned and ran, no longer concerned with direction, only distance. Behind me, his cry rose. That same not-quite howl that had haunted me since the first night. It was answered by others, closer than expected. The trail disappeared beneath my feet as I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping against my face. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle in the thin air. I had no plan now beyond survival, beyond the next step, the next moment. A clearing appeared ahead, and beyond it, astonishingly, the glint of metal. A vehicle. Not mine, but someone's. Civilization. I burst from the tree line, hope surging. An old pickup truck sat beside what appeared to be a small cabin constructed of logs and corrugated metal. Smoke rose from a stone chimney. "Help!" I shouted, staggering toward the structure. "Please, someone!" The cabin door opened, revealing an elderly Navajo man. He took in my appearance, wild-eyed, scratched, exhausted, without surprise. "They've been following you," he stated rather than asked, stepping aside. "Come inside, quickly." I didn't hesitate, practically falling through the doorway. He closed it firmly behind me, sliding a heavy wooden bar into place. "You've come from the north," he said, guiding me to a chair beside a small wood stove. "Through the old burial grounds." I nodded, still struggling to catch my breath. "There are people out there. They've been hunting me since yesterday." The old man's face remained impassive. "Not people," he said quietly. "Not anymore." The cabin interior was spartanly furnished but meticulously organized. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the space with earthy aromas. The old man moved with surprising agility for his apparent age, placing a tin cup of water in my trembling hands. "Drink slowly," he advised, settling into a handmade wooden chair across from me. His face was deeply lined, dark eyes sharp with intelligence. "I am Benjamin. This has been my home for 37 years. I sipped the water gratefully, feeling it cool my parched throat. "Thank you, I'm..." He raised a weathered hand, stopping me. "No names. Not yet. Names have power here." Outside, the strange howl scream sounded again, closer now. I stiffened, nearly spilling the water. "They know you're here," Benjamin said matter-of-factly. "But they won't approach. Not my home." "Who are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Benjamin was silent for a long moment, stoking the small fire in the wood stove. "You came through the northern canyon, past the ancient burial sites. These are sacred places. Restricted. Your permit wouldn't have allowed access there." I frowned. My map didn't show any restricted areas. I followed the marked trail. "Maps drawn by the government," he said with a dismissive gesture. "They don't show what matters." Another call sounded outside, answered by another. Benjamin nodded as if confirming something to himself. "There are 3 of them," he said. "Brothers. Once they were archaeologists studying Navajo artifacts. They came 10 years ago, ignored warnings, disturbed things that should have remained untouched, took things that weren't theirs to take." "Those men following me are archaeologists?" I asked incredulously. Benjamin's expression darkened. "They were. Now they are caught between worlds. Not fully human anymore, but not yet fully transformed. The change takes years. A chill ran through me despite the cabin's warmth. Transformed into what? In our language, we call them yi nad lu shi, skinwalkers in English, those who can wear the skin of animals. But it's more complicated than your Hollywood movies show. The transformation begins in the mind, then slowly alters the body. I wanted to dismiss his words as superstition, but the image of the man with those unnatural eyes and filed teeth was too vivid. The way he had moved on all fours with impossible fluidity. "The dolls," I said suddenly. "I found twig dolls." Benjamin nodded. "Markers. Warnings to each other. They're territorial except when they hunt together. The blood was their promise to each other, and to you." A heavy silence fell between us. Outside, daylight was beginning to fade. The thought of another night with those things prowling the darkness made my skin crawl. "My truck," Benjamin said, following my thoughts. "You're wondering if I can drive you back to the trailhead." I nodded hopefully. "Not tonight," he said firmly. "They're most active at dusk and dawn. We'll leave at midday tomorrow, when the sun is highest. They retreat to the caves then." The disappointment must have shown on my face because he added, "One more night won't matter. You disturbed their territory, but you haven't truly provoked them. Not yet." "What would provoke them?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. "Taking what's theirs, disturbing their cache." He studied my face. "You found something out there, didn't you? Something you kept." I thought back to the small spring, the kill site with the arranged feathers. I had photographed the twig doll but left it untouched. Then I remembered the turkey feather I'd absent-mindedly picked up and tucked into my shirt pocket, thinking it would make a nice memento. Slowly I reached into my pocket and withdrew the feather. Benjamin's expression tightened. "That's why they followed you so persistently. It's part of their ritual collection." He took the feather carefully, wrapping it in a small square of red cloth. "This will need to be returned, with proper respect." The howl screams had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed almost more threatening. Benjamin moved around the cabin, lighting oil lamps as darkness settled outside. He sprinkled some kind of powder across the threshold and windowsills, a protection, I assumed. "Will they attack the cabin?" I asked. Benjamin shook his head. "No, they know me. I've been here since before they changed. I leave them alone. They leave me alone. It's an understanding." He prepared a simple meal of beans, cornbread, and strong coffee, which we ate in relative silence. My mind was struggling to process everything I'd experienced, to reconcile the rational world I knew with what I'd witnessed in these woods. "You don't believe," Benjamin observed, not unkindly. "Not fully. You're looking for a logical explanation. Maybe these are just deranged men living in the wilderness, playing elaborate games with trespassers." I didn't deny it. "It seems more plausible than shapeshifters." Benjamin nodded. "The world you come from doesn't have room for such things. But out here, away from your cities and technologies, the old realities persist. Not because people believe in them, but because they were always true." He stood, retrieving something from a small wooden chest. "Tomorrow we'll return the feather. Tonight you should wear this." He handed me a small leather pouch on a cord. A protection bundle. "It won't stop them, but it will mask your fear. Fear attracts them like blood attracts sharks." I slipped the cord around my neck, feeling foolish but unwilling to refuse his hospitality. Benjamin prepared a pallet for me near the wood stove while he took the room's only bed. As I lay down, exhaustion finally overtaking anxiety, Benjamin spoke once more from the darkness. "The most dangerous thing in these woods isn't what they've become," he said quietly. "It's what they represent. What happens when people refuse to respect boundaries, when they take what isn't theirs, when they believe themselves immune to consequences?" Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall. Claws or fingers, I couldn't tell. I clutched the small leather pouch and closed my eyes, willing sleep to come. Dawn arrived with merciful normalcy. Birdsong, golden light filtering through the cabin's small windows, the smell of coffee brewing. For a moment, I could almost believe the previous days had been a nightmare born of isolation and wilderness paranoia. Benjamin was already awake, moving quietly around the cabin. He'd laid out a simple breakfast of cornmeal porridge sweetened with honey. I ate gratefully, feeling strength return to my limbs. "Did they come close in the night?" I asked. Benjamin nodded. "They circled the cabin several times. Curious, not aggressive. They'll be in the caves now, resting until evening." I checked my phone. Still no service, and the battery was down to 22%. "Your truck," I began. "You said we could leave at midday?" "Yes," he confirmed. "But first we must return what was taken." He indicated the wrapped feather. "There is a proper way to do this. A respectful way." Part of me wanted to dismiss the ritual as unnecessary superstition, to insist we simply drive to the trailhead immediately. But after what I'd seen, I wasn't eager to disregard Benjamin's guidance. "What do we need to do?" I asked. "We'll go to the boundary of their territory, place the feather with an offering, cornmeal and tobacco, speak words of respect and departure. Simple, but it matters." We set out around 10 o'clock, Benjamin carrying a small deerskin bag containing the wrapped feather and offerings. His truck remained parked beside the cabin. The ritual site was apparently within walking distance. The morning was clear and cool, the landscape peaceful under the autumn sun. We followed a narrow path through juniper and sage, Benjamin moving with the confidence of someone who knew every stone and tree of this land. "The boundary is just ahead," he said after about 30 minutes of hiking. "See the change in the vegetation?" I noticed it then. A subtle but distinct shift. The junipers grew more twisted, the undergrowth more tangled. Even the quality of light seemed different, as if filtered through some imperceptible barrier. Benjamin stopped at a flat stone that seemed deliberately placed. "This is far enough. They will sense our presence." He knelt before the stone, carefully unwrapping the feather and placing it atop the rock along with small pinches of cornmeal and tobacco. He began speaking in Navajo, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. Though I couldn't understand the words, their cadence suggested both respect and firmness, an acknowledgement rather than a plea. After finishing the Navajo prayer, he switched to English, perhaps for my benefit. "What was taken is returned. No disrespect was intended. This visitor leaves your territory today and will not return. The boundary will be honored." He gestured for me to step forward. "Place your hand on the stone and repeat. I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary." Feeling somewhat self-conscious but unwilling to object, I did as instructed, the stone warm beneath my palm. "I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary." As the words left my lips, a profound silence descended, as if the forest itself was listening. Then, from somewhere deep among the trees came a single howl scream, acknowledgement or warning, I couldn't tell. Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. "It is done. We can go now." We returned to the cabin by a slightly different route, Benjamin explaining it was important not to create a direct path to the boundary stone. Throughout our walk, I felt eyes upon us, but saw nothing when I turned to look. At the cabin, Benjamin retrieved a set of keys from a hook by the door. "Time to go," he said simply. His truck was an aging Ford F-150, weathered but well maintained. The engine started on the first try, rumbling reassuringly. We bumped down a rough access road I hadn't noticed during my panicked arrival the previous day. "This connects to the Forest Service Road," Benjamin explained. "From there, it's about 7 miles to your trailhead." We rode mostly in silence, the truck's open windows bringing the scent of pine and dust. I found myself repeatedly checking the side mirrors, half expecting to see figures loping along the roadside behind us. "They won't follow," Benjamin said, noting my anxiety. The ritual was accepted, but they won't forget you. If you ever return to their territory. He left the implication hanging. I had no intention of ever coming back to this particular wilderness. Those men, I said finally. The archaeologists. Is there no way to help them? Benjamin's weathered hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. They made their choice years ago. They were warned about disturbing the burial sites, about taking artifacts. The elders told them what could happen. They laughed. He glanced at me. The transformation is slow but irreversible once it begins. First, the mind changes. They become territorial, aggressive, forgetting their human connections. Then the body begins to adapt. They can still appear human when they choose, but it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain that form. And you've been watching this happen for 10 years, without reporting it? A hint of a smile touched Benjamin's lips. Report it to whom? The sheriff? The Forest Service? 3 missing archaeologists have become skinwalkers, officer. How do you think that would be received? He had a point. Even with everything I'd witnessed, part of me still struggled to fully accept the reality of what was happening in these woods. The Forest Service road appeared ahead, its graded surface a welcome change from the rough track we'd been following. Benjamin increased speed slightly. Their disappearance was investigated, he continued. Search parties combed these woods for weeks. They found their abandoned camp, equipment left behind. The official report concluded they had become lost and succumbed to exposure. But you knew differently. He nodded. The elders knew. Those who understand the old ways. We've maintained a careful distance, respecting their territory, occasionally leaving offerings at the boundary to prevent them from venturing too close to hiking trails or populated areas. The implications were staggering. Are there others like them? Benjamin was silent for a long moment. The world is larger and stranger than most people allow themselves to know, he said finally. What happened to those men is rare, but not unique. There are places throughout these lands where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where transformation is possible for those who seek it or those who inadvertently invite it. We turned onto a wider dirt road, and suddenly the trailhead parking area came into view. My rental SUV sat exactly where I'd left it days earlier, now coated with a fine layer of dust. The sight of it, this mundane connection to the normal world, brought an overwhelming wave of relief. Benjamin stopped his truck beside my vehicle. Your journey ends here, he said. What will you tell people about your experience? I considered the question. Who would believe the truth? Even with my photos of the tracks and the twig doll, the story would sound like the ramblings of someone who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. I'll say I had an uncomfortable encounter with some locals and decided to cut my trip short, I replied. Not a lie, just simplified. Benjamin nodded approvingly. Stories like yours are dismissed every day. It's why they can continue to exist undisturbed. He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a small carved wooden figure, a stylized wolf. Take this. A reminder that boundaries exist for reasons beyond human understanding, and that respect is never wasted, even when directed toward things you don't fully comprehend. I accepted the carving, its surface smooth from handling. Thank you. For everything. One last thing, Benjamin said as I opened my car door. The photographs you took, the ones of their tracks, their markers, delete them. Why? Images have power, connections. You don't want to maintain any connection to them once you leave this place. Though skeptical, I took out my phone and showed him as I deleted the images. He seemed satisfied. We parted without further ceremony. As I drove away, I watched Benjamin's truck in my rearview mirror until it disappeared around a bend in the road. Only then did the full impact of my experience begin to register. The boundary between the world I knew and the world I'd glimpsed was more permeable than I'd ever imagined. What other ancient truths persisted in remote places, I wondered, hidden from modern eyes not because they were invisible, but because we refuse to truly see them? I placed the small wooden wolf on my dashboard. A reminder not just of danger narrowly avoided, but of humility learned. The wilderness had always deserved our respect, not just for its natural hazards, but for mysteries far older than our scientific understanding. As the reservation fell behind me and the first signs of civilization appeared, I found myself already reconstructing the experience in my mind, filing away the most inexplicable elements, reaching for rational explanations. It was almost instinctive, this need to reconcile the impossible with the familiar. But the small wooden wolf caught the sunlight, casting a shadow across my dashboard that seemed, just for a moment, to stretch and shift into something not quite lupine, not quite human. Some boundaries once crossed change you forever.